for 2025. Sorry, key priorities and objectives and strategies for 2025. So welcoming you all on behalf of the council and of the city. I can assure you to begin with that this was a close partnership getting this meeting ready today, as it will be going forward from here. So let's see, are you the slide operator? Okay, great. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, that's the outline for the day. So let's go on to introductions.
Mayor Lowing, can we take roll call, please?
Oh, sure.
All right, Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Here.
Councilmember Reckdahl.
Here.
Mayor Lowing.
Here.
Vice Mayor Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Burt. For the record, all present.
Yeah, that's the outline, and I just do refer this to Mr. Shikata.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good morning, council members. We've got before you the agenda for the day. Did want to note, just for public awareness, that we did amend the agenda a few days ago, and this really just affected the afternoon sessions, actually sections 5 and 6. I think we switched the orders of those. Mayor thought it might be helpful just in terms of the sequence of your discussion. So we've got a full day ahead of you, and one note, one to point out under is public comment, that we will be taking all public comment at this item that's shown as 1010 as scheduled. We expect that that may involve both items on the agenda as well as any items not on the agenda, while at the same time recognizing, since you're talking about priorities, almost anything is fair game. And I believe we may also have some comments that will come in via Zoom. So as such, as is normally the protocol, if anyone that is attending remotely wants to speak under public comment, they should provide that indication to the city clerk. And with that, let's go to the next slide. Oh, one question, Mayor and Council, that was asked of me this morning is whether you want to go with our normal formal way of addressing each other in the council meetings, or the more informal first names that has been adopted in committee settings and the like. So really your call.
Oh yeah, I think informal is fine.
Okay, very good. Then with that, Ed, we'll go to the next slide.
Thank you, Ed.
That will, yeah. This will be an interesting day. Oh,
Just to confuse things right from the beginning.
absolutely. Well, hopefully they can figure it out by who's speaking. Let's see. Why don't we go back one slide just real quick, since we've got it up here, just in terms of some thoughts on how to proceed. Again, this time is set up, again, casual, to provide candid, honest feedback, ideas and perspectives of residents, as well as obviously council members, but we'll, as discussed, have the opportunity to do so. And then we'll try to do our best to adhere to the schedule that has been established. And there's a reference here to our facilitator, and public may not be aware of this, but we have insourced the facilitation here today. So our mayor will actually be acting as facilitator for much of the day, although we've, as pointed out, split up some of the duties. So we'll be doing some handoffs over the course of the day. With that, Mayor, back to you for the introductions. Well, and in fact, actually, that might be a little bit of a curve. So my apologies for that. Yeah. I think this is probably the point at which we wanted to give the council members an opportunity to introduce themselves. And as the first example of our insourcing, Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes has graciously agreed to help facilitate what we have set up as an opportunity. Let's go to the next slide. For the council members to share their why. And so with that, Councilmember, or Julie, sorry about that. Let me ask you to take it from here.
Thank you, Ed. I was really delighted to see the two of you put this notion of sharing your why on the agenda and so early in the morning, because it serves so many purposes for us to take a brief moment to reflect on our why publicly. For example, we're all going to be speaking for about 3 minutes with a sense of why we are doing this work. And that's going to inherently warm up this space with human storytelling, which is incredibly valuable, even as we set about the work of talking about city policy and strategy and whatnot. It's just going to warm the space up, maybe not literally, but relationally. It's also going to be a great opportunity for members of the community to learn a little bit more about the humans you've elected to serve you. These are not going to be election season sound bites, we hope, but rather a more authentic sharing. Not to say we're not all authentic in the election season, but this is an opportunity for us, free of those constraints, to just share with you a little bit more about why we're motivated to try to serve you. It's also good for us as a council and city staff to hear one another's why. And one day it'd be great to involve the city staff in this exercise, because we're going to see and hear opportunities for connection with each other. We're going to therefore be more capable of compromise with each other, and maybe even find opportunities for repair with each other when it turns out we find ourselves opposed. And finally, it is good for us as individuals, because we're going to be reconnecting a little bit to that purpose that animates us and drives us in that work. We may find ourselves learning a little bit more about ourselves. Something we didn't fully realize or appreciate. And there's that opportunity for us after the fact to really go back with gratitude to those who were a part of our formative experiences. So all of that is possible, although it may sound like I'm putting big expectations on these 3 minutes each of us has. There is really much benefit. So without further ado, I'd like my colleagues to speak when you are ready. There is a 3-minute time limit to keep the agenda going, and also to be respectful of the fact that we're all just trying to put a little bit of this personal skin in the game. So I will be enforcing time at 3 minutes. Please try to watch the time. Do we have a timer somewhere? Or is it going to be on the... Well, I will be watching my clock, and I'll just let folks know, I'll like put my hand up to say it's time to stop. Here we go. Okay, helpful. Thank you so much, Mahia. And so please speak as you feel called to speak. And if no one feels called, then don't have no fear. I will call on you. So who would like to start us off?
Okay. Yeah. I grew up in a very small town out in farm country in Minnesota, 500 people. And in a small town, you really don't have any place to hide. You have to volunteer. Right? You don't have any choice. And my parents were both teachers, which makes it even more natural that there'd be volunteers. So they were volunteering for everything. And that was just part of my life. That was, you see your parents do that, and you kind of get ingrained in that's accepted behavior. Not only accepted, expected too. So when I came out to Palo Alto, and Palo Alto is a wonderful place. I raised my kids here, and they took advantage of a lot of things I did. We had volunteers that would help them in junior high sports, great experience. Senior high sports, these were people that were spending time with my kids instead of spending time with their kids, and you really feel grateful for that. So when 12 years ago, there was an opening in Parks and Rec, and so I said that would be a good chance to pay back. And I went down there thinking that I'd be helping everyone else. But when you design a park and then you see it built, there's a lot of satisfaction there. And that was very rewarding. The bocce court down in Scott Park and the lights over at El Camino, those were really, it makes you think like you're not wasting your time. You're actually doing good for the community. And so then when I went on to NVCAP and started looking at housing, it was the same thing. We have so many people that want housing. And so that was also rewarding to try and make progress and make not only just build housing, but build housing that was good for people. And that's how I ended up on PTC, is just evolution of public service.
Thank you, Keith. Who's next?
I'm happy to go to move it along. I told Julie that I'd really never thought about this question before because I've always been involved in service of some kind, barring some startup years and some parenting years that were pretty intense. So I lost a little sleep thinking about this a couple nights ago. But are there any formative influences? If I was going to put a finger on it, I know it wasn't my family. My dad had was arm wrestled to get on the school board, and he lost, so he had to go on the school board. And he didn't fill dinner table conversations with exciting stories about that. So that was not the influence. When I thought back on it, the answer is, I've really been on council for decades. And I'm not kidding about that because it was in high school and I was on student council. And that may have actually been the formative influence because I was involved in student government and I was president of student body in my senior year. And taking, a group of teenagers and getting them organized and formulated to get stuff done in the school, including some things that sound sort of familiar right now, like chairing. I had to appoint all the committees, and one was like the safety committee to make sure that our kids were safe, inside and outside the school. And getting those things done to the finish line was satisfying, and just said this is good. I want to keep doing service. So I think that's maybe where it came from. But I haven't let go of it. So however it started, I'm glad I've got it and hope to be contributing.
Thank you, Ed. Who's next?
I'll go. And I like this. It's a nice question to kind of start the day. So I appreciate the idea, Julie. Um, you know, my unlike Ed, I definitely had no interest in high school being in any type of student government. People always ask me because I went to Pali, oh, you must have been on ASB and involved in student government. I said, nope, no interest. Went to Irvine, no interest. None of this had any interest to me at all. And it wasn't until I was actually in college when a friend that I went to high school with really got involved in in drugs and alcohol at college, and I was concerned about that pathway that student was taking, that former friend of, well, that friend of mine at the time, and wanted to, and kind of realized that there weren't that many opportunities for people to be able to have fun in college, enjoy their experience, and ignore kind of that piece to it at the time. And so I started actually going around and talking to various school leaders and school deans to figure out, are there opportunities to be able to provide additional alternatives to students from that kind of alcohol culture. And ultimately, one of the deans said, we have this alcohol and other drug task force at Irvine. We've never had a student representative, but I think it might be time to change that. And so they put me on, and immediately I was in these meetings with leaders of the school and law enforcement and other public safety officials, and having to participate in creating school policy that was able to make a difference. And I saw throughout my time there the work we were doing, making a cultural change at the school. And so that was the first time I really thought, okay, policy can really be used to make a meaningful difference. And then when I came back to Palo Alto for law school, I was seeking opportunities, really wanted to get involved, especially in kind of human relations type of issues. I spoke on Monday about about a friend from high school who took his own life through suicide. I knew the Human Relations Commission was involved with Project Safety Net, and I was trying to find ways, how can I get involved and do something similar to what I did at Irvine and have an impact on policy. And so applied to the Human Relations Commission at some time during my law school at Santa Clara, and was fortunate enough to be appointed. And that really is what began my true journey in public service, especially here in Palo Alto, and has been a great ride ever since.
Thank you, Greer. Who's next? .
Um, okay. My name is George Liu. I grew up in Millbrae. I maybe similarly just stumbled into this more and more in college. I was at Stanford. I did a lot of work at KZSU, the college radio station. And on every Monday night, they broadcast the Palo Alto City Council, where there's an amazing host, Vince Larkin, who talks with outrageous enthusiasm about every issue. But on the flip side, in this actual studio on campus, you need someone to basically babysit the board, make sure the levels are right. Handle anything, if there's like an emergency alert that needs to be played, you press the button. And so I was frequently there on Monday nights, just babysitting the board, listening to Vince Larkin, listening to, really colorful public comments. And I think that planted the seed. But how I got involved in the Planning Commission and Planning Transportation Commission and then City Council is just fundamentally that I'm really excited by great public spaces. Whether I go to a small town or in the Bay Area or elsewhere, or whether I'm in San Francisco, I see a park full of people and I find that really inspiring. I mean, parks are great, but a park full of people picnicking is amazing. When I go to restaurants, or if I hear about a new restaurant opening, or if I find a new hole in the wall somewhere, I am really inspired by the personality and the creativity and just what people are bringing. So I love so many aspects of that in Palo Alto. I love so many aspects of that also from other cities, other towns that I've been in. And so it's about bringing and enabling more of those great public spaces for me. That's how I think about housing. That's how I think about retail policies. That's how I think about safe streets and public and transportation. So that's always top of mind, just how to make the city feel more vibrant, how to get more people into the street and interacting with each other and just building these amazing public spaces.
Thank you, George. Pat's ready.
Sure. So we have an interesting grouping on this council. I believe at least 5 of us have parents who were public school teachers. And that's not just coincidental. It's not normal, but it's also not coincidental. So I think we share from that experience that our parents viewed their careers as public service. And that public service was motivating because really it offered a fulfillment in life that really goes beyond what we can have if we are merely serving ourselves and our families. And so that was foundational. My mom was also deeply involved in politics from my earliest memory. She started working for John Kennedy's campaign in '56 and worked at the convention in 1960 in LA. And all those were really experiences that were embedded in me as simply what's normal. I didn't appreciate it wasn't normal, but it felt, well, all of our upbringings are we think of as normal. And so that combined with other values, when we went into business, I gravitated toward being deeply involved in environmental policy, which I did for 30 years. And then as we had our first child, we got a flyer on our doorstep that notion of serving our community, as Keith mentioned, there's something especially fulfilling when it's so concrete. And I will add that entire process that we went through with it, we kind of had a very progressive structure to the neighborhood group and toward that whole process. It was very inclusive, very problem-solving focused, but it really demonstrated this power of well-channeled local democracy and the positive impact that it can have on a community. We all experience the negatives, but having that sense of the positive impact is really something that is fulfilling.
Thank you, Pat. I'll go next. I'm Julie. I was raised by a public school teacher, and I love Pat making that connection among so many of us. And of course, we have a colleague who serves in that role. My mom was a public school teacher. My dad was a public health physician. And so I was indeed raised by two public servants who were motivated by a desire to serve. They had both come from challenging circumstances in life, and they definitely wanted to bring others along on this human journey. And I'm very inspired by both of them. They happen to be a mixed race couple in a time when that was really hard. And my dad was African-American. My mother is white and British. We lived here in a number of states and moved a lot in response to my dad's public health career. And I learned young that sometimes it's hard for people of color to buy homes. I watched my parents build a strategy. Whenever we were moving, my mom would remove all evidence that we were a Black family from the home. She would take down our family photos and our art and any evidence that this was a family of color, but they didn't want their sale price to be impacted by someone else's prejudice. And when they were buying in the new community, my mother would be the one to meet with the realtor. So the realtor wouldn't know that potentially a Black family or a family with Black people in it would be moving in. And, you know, they didn't sit down and share that strategy with me, but I watched it happen time and time again in state after state. And it impacted me. I was the only child of color in my high school of 1,200 folks in the Midwest in a small town in Wisconsin. And in 1984, when the Democratic National Convention was on TV in that summer, I walked into the living room watching my parents watch the speeches, and Mario Cuomo, the first Cuomo governor of New York, said, you know, we as Democrats believe this isn't a race one person wins. We don't win unless we get everyone over the finish line. And I was just a kid, 16, you know, kind of annoyed that my parents were watching this boring convention. But Mario Cuomo's words spoke to me. We don't win unless we get everyone over the finish line. And I developed a sense of kind of political policy philosophy in myself in that moment. I knew I wanted to be a helper who helped others get over the finish line. I was on student council in high school, in college, and law school. I became a lawyer, a career in academia, a nonfiction writer, to be a helper. And I got persuaded that humans here in Palo Alto and our region more broadly need help with safe and affordable housing. And that is what ultimately persuaded me to step off the track I was on and step up to try to be of service here in Palo Alto. And with that, Vicki, will you round us out?
I'll bring it home. Thank you. So justice is my why. Do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. Some of you know that's Micah chapter 6, verse 8, and I've always loved that verse. I think I've done community service since I was a child. Like others, it was modeled in my home. My parents were also school teachers. I was also in student government. But I think my first public service position was about 20 years ago when I was appointed to the mediation panel of the federal courts. And a few years later, appointed by the U.S. International Trade Commission to their mediation panel. And so I've learned that you try to fit the process to the problem. And I think that works in this sector too. But doing justice isn't just for the legal system. It's much broader than that. Doing justice is balancing priorities fairly and protecting the weak. And, an example here is, balancing the interests of our new neighbors for whom we're building new homes and protecting the quality of life of those who are already here. Doing justice is providing equitable opportunities for those who live, work, play, and innovate here in Palo Alto. For example, keeping the resources of libraries open to all and leading on climate change, innovating and showing the rest of the world how it can be done. And doing justice is putting our residents' dreams back when they're disappointed, like revitalizing our downtowns, rebuilding a community center at the Cubberley site, and really creating a sense of community and belonging right here in Palo Alto. And this is one heck of a week to ask me this question. Some of you know that I have 2 daughters who work for the federal government, one in science and one in national security. Normal operations of both of their workplaces were shut down in irrational ways this week by the new administration. As a patriot, I am appalled at the waste and risk that that's caused. And as a mom, I am angry. And I will not sit idly by while the new generation is disillusioned and disheartened. I will do everything in my power to pursue justice for them and for all of us. And the most immediate place to put dreams back and have impact is local government. We are the antidote to the polarization and the marginalization and the paralyzation that we see at our federal levels. But there are lots of ways to serve. We've talked about a lot of them today. So why do it as an elected? Because it serves my sense of fairness to protect those who are vulnerable. Because I want to give back to the city that has given so much to me. And at the end of the day, when you're driven by the need to fix things and the conviction that you can, and the belief that together we can move past the problems, then you actually have no choice but to serve.
Thank you, Vicki. And I want to thank all of my colleagues. Really appreciate what everyone shared and look forward to how that will inform our conversations today and to come. And with that, I'll turn it back over. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead. We appreciate it.
Wow, thank you so much for that both reflection and really inspiration. I will share that among your staff table, all 3 of us have educators for parents as well. So we found the common thread. So with that, let's talk about our next slide, please. We want to speak to some of the key inputs that we have received to date as food for thought for your discussion today. And with us is Megan Horgan-Taylor, our Chief Communications Officer, and will walk us through that. Megan?
Thank you. Good morning. Megan Horgan-Taylor, City's Chief Communications Officer. And first up, we would like to share a little video looking back at 2024. This is just a glimpse of look back on 2024. If we included all of the objectives that were a focus last year, the video would probably be at least 15 minutes long. So we tried to keep it short to a 3.5-minute video, but it provides a glimpse of the work underway and completed in the past year, as well as an opportunity to think about the items that have not been completed yet for looking ahead. And so that's just a summary to help us get in the mood today and provide some uplifting music to brighten your morning as well. Did want to take a couple moments to focus us on a few other key inputs as the council has discussions today. A few of those are emails, of course, to you, public comment that you'll receive today, as well as a community survey that we released in December and provided an opportunity for the public to traditionally ask and provide feedback in a very open way. It's an open field for them to share their comments in their own voice, as well as we did add a couple of other questions. So I'll note that a little bit today to talk through that. Did want to also note that other key inputs that may inform your conversation today include the Palo Alto Community Survey results that was presented to you in December. As well as the annual neighborhood town hall meetings that we've hosted. And we've hosted 6 of the 8 that we've worked through our framework to host. The last 2 will be coming to you this quarter, hopefully. So with that, I'll talk a little bit about the community survey received through the Open Town Hall platform. We had about close to 600 visitors to the site and specific community responses of about 431. That was compared to with 483 visitors last year and 396 responses last year. So a little bit improvement in terms of responses gained. And we also had some different questions. So I'll note that. Next slide. So our first question is new this year. This is an opportunity to gain feedback on looking at the 2024 council priorities, having the community prioritize those. And so we had an average response rate of 431, and on average, the priorities are listed here. So community health, safety, wellness, and belonging was their first priority. The next is housing and social economic balance. Third is economic development and transition, and climate change and natural environment protection and adaptation. Next slide. The second question was an open comment field. So it provides the opportunity for our community to share their specific key priorities for you to consider in their own words. And so what we try to do is take a very high-level summary here and provided areas of focus, themes specifically from all of that feedback gained. And so within the areas of the next couple slides, I'll just talk through specific focus areas. So climate and environment was a key theme that was discussed through the feedback received. And you'll see here there's a variety of different areas of focus that the community would like the city to focus on, from bird-friendly and dark sky policies to prioritizing electrification and reducing fossil fuels, clean energy initiatives such as heat pump water heaters, and solar adoption, as well as reducing noise pollution, were key themes within that input area. The second area was community building. And in this area, there was a lot of different areas of focus, including investment in programs and public spaces, recreation options, more civic engagement and communication. The third area was economic development. And in this area, there was a key focus from the themes received around revitalization of our commercial districts, including University Avenue and Cal Ave, reducing retail vacancies, increasing vibrant community spaces, and the opportunity to expedite permit processes. The fourth area was fiscal responsibility, and there was a wide range of different comments received around this, from the concern about use of consultants to focus on budget management and concerns around rising utility costs. Next slide. The other three areas were around housing, infrastructure and utilities, and public safety. And in these areas, there was a wide range as well. In housing, of course, there was a focus on affordable housing, concerns about high density housing impact on traffic and infrastructure. There were, though, outliers around housing about the need for less housing, preserving the neighborhood specifically. Infrastructure and utilities, there were comments and themes around enhancing mobility, focusing on roads and public transportation, supporting undergrounding utilities, and additional flood control measures. The last focus area was public safety and concerns raised about crime, traffic enforcement, and pedestrian safety were key areas. Other outliers were the focus around really focusing local. There were some comments and themes around that kind of outlier focus, as well as the potential to, as kind of a alternative view around climate action, actually not moving forward with some of those restrictions. And so those were just a few outliers. Next slide. I did want to note, just at the end of the survey itself, there was a question around what neighborhood do you live in? And that was new this year. And so the opportunity there was just to see which neighborhoods were engaged on this topic. And from an overall standpoint, there were probably 10 neighborhoods that had 30 or more responses. And those neighborhoods ranged from Barron Park, Community Center, Crescent Park, Duveneck, Downtown North, Midtown, Old Palo Alto, and University South. So just a different question that we hadn't asked previously in that more comprehensive way. So just wanted to note that as well. With that, I could take any questions that you have.
And in fact, just if I could, Mayor, we wanted to provide some time for council members either to ask questions, as Megan noted, or just reflect on any of the inputs that you've received before we go to public comment.
Yeah, agreed. Anyone here want to make a comment or inquiry? Let's see. Vicky?
Yeah, I just have some quick questions that perhaps you mentioned, and I just want to make sure for context. So on the community feedback, in response to question 2, there were the 2 slides. Are those in order, any particular order? Or?
Thank you. I should have mentioned that. Right here, it was just alphabetical order.
Okay, very good. And could you remind us, when did the survey close? Was it before the LA fires, for example?
It closed early January, so like the 2nd or the 3rd.
Excellent. And the third easy one is, you mentioned that 10 neighborhoods had over 30 responses. 10 out of how many neighborhoods do we divide our city into? Or not divide?
No. Identify.
Yes.
19.
Okay, so about half.
18.
About half. All right, thank you.
The rest of the neighborhoods, just to note, were around 2% each. I don't think there was any neighborhood not represented. I was just calling out those that had sort of, a larger percentage.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Megan. Actually, I think my neighborhood was not in the list. Green Acres 1 and 2 were not, didn't show up in the responses. And of course I was like, what happened? And then I checked, the pull down did have a place for us. It's just that no one chose. So I think it's interesting. I know, right? Um, um, as somebody who's always coming from that, who's on the outside, who isn't feeling belonging, that's my set point. As I shared a little bit earlier, I'm always curious to know, well, who's not responding and why, and what can we do to bring them more into the fold without over assuming or presuming reasons. What I want to say is I read every single comment. This year I had time to do that. And I'm just blown away by the level of engagement in our community. Some people gave us a lengthy treatise on their thoughts on various things. And I see you, particularly if you put your name to it. I wrote a person because, lengthy. I happen to have his email because he'd written counsel before. And I just said, like, thank you so much for sharing all of this with us. There are so many communities hungry for the involvement of the entirety. We have no lack of that. And that is an asset for us. And I just want to express appreciation to everyone who took the time, whether you shared a sentence or a paragraph or multiple paragraphs. We are paying attention because we are in fact all doing this together.
And just to note, that comment or that question was not required. So it could be that they either may be a part of your neighborhood and did provide comments, but just didn't answer that question. So just wanted to note that.
Any others? Yeah, obviously the point here is to show the multiple inputs that we've gotten so far on our overall objectives, but also frankly, more on the specific objectives to support the priorities that we have to build this year. And I'm expecting to hear more right now because we're moving to public comment. Mahia, would you summarize the process for public comment this morning?
Sure. So we'll be taking public comment on items on the agenda as well as items not on the agenda. And members will have how many minutes, Mayor?
I don't see the number of speakers.
Oh, we currently have 11 requests to speak.
Okay, let's go with 3 minutes, but we would encourage you to be shorter if you can.
Our first speaker is Ken H.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Dr. Ken Horowitz, and my why is I'm a health professional. And I decided to teach at Foothill College so I could influence students who many of you see as dental hygienists and dental assistants as well, to emphasize health. And I think if there's one priority that affects all of Palo Alto's, it's their health. And health is, if you don't have your health, nothing else really matters. So what I'm going to suggest is, and I will be talking further at the Policy and Services Committee under Chairperson Fichtner about this, but back in 2014, Berkeley passed a sugar tax. And as a result, it's been 10 years. And they have shown that it reduces sugar consumption by 52%. And there's just a recent study from the Journal of Medical Association that showed that BMI, body mass index of those residents in Berkeley, Albany, Oakland, San Francisco, those are the particular California cities, but also in Boulder, Philadelphia, and Seattle, the BMIs went down. And the additional benefit of a soda tax is that it generates funds for the community. And over the last 10 years at Berkeley, they've raised over $10 million. They typically get $4 to $5 million every 2 years. And they're able to use those funds, which go into the general fund. And I know the city manager is always looking for funds into the general fund, but then those general fund monies then go to community projects. And we can use those particular funds to support health and wellness for our residents. So I'll be speaking, as I mentioned earlier, at Policy and Services hopefully maybe in 2026, or if it doesn't work out into 2026, 2028, that we put on the ballot a measure to support a soda tax for Palo Alto. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Maura O, followed by Hamilton H.
Good morning, Mayor Lowing, Vice Mayor Vinker, City Council staff, and community members. My name is Maura Uman, and I'm the Executive Director of Youth Community Service, YCS, a nonprofit that has served the local community for the past 35 years, including delivering an award-winning city and county-funded program called Youth Connect, which is a youth-led peer leadership program that fosters community service initiatives to enhance the well-being of the whole community. I'm also a resident of Palo Alto and a parent of a high school senior. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude to Mayor Lowing for his inspiring remarks during the Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Gathering last Monday in this very room that brought together hundreds of community members in community to honor the legacy of Dr. King. This event followed a morning event that brought together community members from Palo Alto and East Palo Alto for an intergenerational breakfast celebration at which Vice Mayor Vinker shared powerful words about the importance of community and intergenerational dialogue. Thank you also to all the council members and city staff that contributed to the events. I moved to Palo Alto when I was 7 months pregnant, and I'm grateful to the many local resources and friends that shaped my life as a mother. In 2009, I remember holding my toddler with tears in my eyes, listening to the eerie sound of the train whistle as yet another teenager died by suicide at the train tracks. It was called the first suicide cluster. Now my daughter is a teenager, and the students who are high schoolers are in their 30s, and their parents' generation is in the highest demographic of community members who are dying by suicide in Palo Alto. At every step of the way, it is our first responders, EMT, fire, police officers, facing this heart-wrenching call of duty. The ripple effect of suicide in our community cannot be understated and must continue to be addressed urgently as a city priority. Thanks to community leader and past Mayor Vic Ojakian, Palo Alto led the way in creating the first suicide prevention policy that was adopted in 2010 and became a model for all 15 cities in Santa Clara County, including the county itself adopting such a framework. At this time, the community collaborative Project Safety Net played a critical role in bringing together the community to inform and implement the policy. Now, 15 years later, Community Service Director Kristen O'Kane, with input including input from Mr. Ojakian, has offered a new policy highlighting the need
Your time is up.
to include key demographics, including aging adults and city employees. I urge the City Council to invite a process that engages community members and those with lived experience and
Your time is
expertise
up.
into this process. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hamilton H, followed by Darlene Y.
Good morning. Numerous homes have been destroyed in the ongoing Los Angeles fire. Intensifying climate change will drive increasingly severe wildfires and floods. We need to invest in mitigating those now. For the Crescent Park and Duvenick St. Francis neighborhoods, it's essential to reduce flood risk by prioritizing the Newell Bridge replacement, Hamilton Ave storm drain expansion, and the San Francisco Creek Reach 2 widening. Please continue prioritizing climate change adaptation and community safety in 2025 by funding critical flood protection and wildfire mitigation efforts. These investments are key to preventing our homes from becoming uninhabitable. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Darlene Y, followed by David S.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and staff for your continued efforts to address aviation impacts in Palo Alto. Your leadership is making a difference. The FAA is now reviewing the noise issues with the SFO arrivals procedure over Palo Alto, and we deeply appreciate the city's leadership on the 6-city noise policy review letter, which was highly cited by the FAA, underscoring its importance. We must remain vigilant about the Palo Alto airport, focusing on eliminating leaded fuel and avoiding changes that could increase flight numbers with negative impacts. Additionally, we urge caution with the advanced air mobility. Thousands of drones, even electric ones, can significantly disrupt communities. For example, College Station, Texas faced 200+ daily drones during a pilot program described as sounding like a giant hive of bees over homes. Let's continue protecting Palo Alto's quality of life and ensuring aviation developments prioritize residents. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is David S., followed by Martin S.
Good morning. My name is David Siegel. I've been a Palo Alto resident for over 30 years. My kids went through the Palo Alto Unified School District, K through 12. My wife also worked in the district. My community contribution for the first 25 years of my residency here was on the Palo Alto Little League board, and I served as a coach for 25 consecutive seasons. Now my give back is as the president of the Palo Alto Pickleball Club. We both boast 1,400 members, well over half being Palo Alto residents. The Pickleball Club and the sport of pickleball directly addresses one of your key priorities, at least from last year, and I expect it to continue this year, namely the health, wellness, and belonging, also known as social infrastructure. If you don't know this already, pickleball allows folks from all walks of life and ability levels, some through structured events, but mainly through drop-in play from 6 in the morning till 10 at night, 365 days a year to find their peeps, so to speak, helping the physical, mental, and social well-being of the community through inclusion. As an organization, we view our role in the community as both the steward of the sport itself and the Mitchell Park courts, right over there behind the building, in a public-private cooperative spirit. We've worked with the Recreation and Parks Department to best manage the explosive growth of this sport, which is over 25% annually, as well as for the club. We look forward to helping this council meet its objective for the important priority of health, wellness, and belonging. Finally, as Greerstone has done on several occasions, I strongly encourage all of you to just take a short walk over there, pretty much any time of day, and witness for yourself the firsthand magic that actually happens there. In 3 minutes of time, you will completely understand what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Martin S., followed by Kate S.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Martin Summer. I too am a 30-year homeowner and resident in Palo Alto. I would like to continue on my Tuesday evening council public comments. So regarding homeless. So one of your are the top, it seems like 2024 objectives were community health, safety, wellness, and belonging. Assuming you carry this on in 25, I would like you to edit it to include the June 28th Supreme Court decision, which was cities have the authority to arrest, cite, and fine people who camp on public property. For me, this specifically includes Palo Alto garages, specifically parking lot Q. We have homeless that basically live there as a homeless shelter. If you go up and down the totem pole, the groups that agree on this are obviously the Supreme Court, President Trump, Gavin Newsom, and the individual police officers of Palo Alto. It seems like, to me, the odd group out is the Palo Alto City Council. I know this because when I've talked to police officers that I've had to call regarding break-ins, et cetera, they tell me, this is Palo Alto, we cannot do anything. So I'm asking you to join into the group so that during 2025, when I need to call the police, they will not tell me, we cannot do anything, this is Palo Alto. And to be honest with you, I've had to do that 5 times. I've gotten the same response, and they tell me to talk to City Council. And Pat, if you want to continue the conversation, I'm more than happy to do that as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kat S., followed by Greg H.
Hi, my name is Kat Snyder, and I'm here on behalf of 350 Palo Alto. We would like to thank City Council for prioritizing sustainability and climate last year. Specifically, we are excited that Palo Alto has launched an emergency hot water heater replacement program and the whole home electrification pilot. We also wanted to highlight how a 2023 noise ordinance amendment allowed for more heat pump installations. The loss of lives and property in the ongoing LA fires highlight the urgency of fast climate action. We are asking council to make climate action and sustainability a priority again in 2025. Additionally, we recognize that we've set very ambitious 80 by 30 goals. To help with our progress, we asked for council to add interim checkpoints to our SCAP goals so that we can see how we're doing and if we need to course correct. These checkpoints should be percentage reductions that we are aiming for per year with a breakdown of associated actions. We hope that these would be available in the 2-year working plans. Thank you again for all of your work.
Our next speaker is Greg H., followed by Jennifer L.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having this session today. My name is Greg Hood. I live in south of Midtown, and I want to make a shout out to the fire department. I'm not sure if people are aware of this, but there is a team that's down in Pacific Palisades right now, and under the leadership of Chief Blackshire. They're doing great work, and I think they need to be acknowledged. Also, just so that people are aware of this, there are 26,000 acres within the city of Palo Alto, which is under their jurisdiction. Obviously, there are a lot of challenges. Yes, the geographics. I remember a couple years ago that I was having a conversation with my wife about how things are safe on the other side of the hill, and then there was the CMZ fire. So while we may think that we're in a safe zone, we probably are not. So thank you very much, and thank you again for having this session.
Our next speaker is Jennifer L., followed by Deshelle L.
Good morning, Council. I have 3 suggestions. The city made great progress this year with neighborhood meetings. The meeting in my neighborhood was standing room only. I would like to suggest that the Q&A in these sessions be summarized and added to the public inputs for this annual retreat and priority setting going forward. The meeting replays can be easily transcribed and organized by any of the excellent AI engines, which are increasingly amazing for this purpose. 2, I respect and am in awe of the massive to-do list you have: electrification, housing, climate, downtown retail, CalAv, Coverly. The matter is not what, but how to accomplish everything. And one ingredient that you need to succeed is community support, broad community support. With happy customers, you will get more done, maybe even surpass expectations. As regards community support, for most, it's all about what have you done for me lately? And speaking for myself, what I count on is action on issues not necessarily on your major projects list, but issues that affect me more personally. One such topic affecting hundreds of residents, SFO jet noise, has not made a public agenda in over 3 years. There is currently no public record of what council thinks or is doing about it. You could be doing brilliant things or not, we don't know, which makes the concern worse because not only does my blood pressure go up with a thundering overflight at midnight, which is completely avoidable with appropriate management, but additionally, I am concerned. I feel in the dark about your action or inaction. With FAA issues, details really matter. So it's not just broadly, yes, we're doing something, but you might be doing it behind, closed doors. We really need to feel a lot more confident about. And so I suggest that it's critical to show your positions and actions on topics that directly affect neighborhoods on a public agenda more regularly and invite public input. Lastly, investing in how to listen and respond to residents, fundamental for shaping community support, is worth it. By this, I don't mean the allure of relying on experts, but listening and responding to the public is much more than that. And it involves things that can also be measured and tracked for improvements. For example, city policies or practice need more transparency when changes are made. The more you inform, the less obstacles there are for broader engagement, the more you empower the community on the various issues, and the greater support you can build for the city's work. Speaking of change, I just found out yesterday that Mid-Penn Media Meetings Archive is completely gone. And that was like a very easy place for me to find archives on an old meeting. And now it's only the cities, and I would be happy to weigh in. Maybe you've covered this past year, but I would be happy to weigh in, for example, on what the contrast is and what has been taken away and what could improve with the city's
Your time is up.
archives. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Deshelle L., followed by David C.
Hello, my name is Dasha Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. This year, we hope you continue to prioritize climate change and the natural environment. I know this is a high-level process, but I do want to briefly discuss a few specific policies. The Regional Shoreline Adaptation Plan from Bay Adapt contains new sea level rise guidelines that prioritize the protection of natural shoreline ecosystems, known as nature-based solutions. As the city moves forward with its adaptation planning, the natural environment will be critically important to protect. Palo Alto's bay wetlands should be protected so that they can protect us from sea level rise while wildlife thrives. We also look forward to the adoption of bird safe design, dark sky and stream protection ordinances. Saw that you mentioned those earlier. Thank you. Please protect our birds and streams and reduce unnecessary light pollution through these ordinances. Please also protect our waterways and public health from the microplastic contamination of artificial turf. We remain concerned about the toxicity and issues with recyclability of these turf fields. Regarding climate change and building code updates, we do hope you consider the AC to heat pump language that can be found in the Cal Green Voluntary Code. We believe Palo Alto is really well situated to adopt this kind of language. We look forward to speaking to you more as these issues come up throughout the year. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is David C., followed by Julia.
Hello, my name is David Cole, and in going with the informality of this process, hi Ed, the rest of you guys, thanks for allowing me to speak this morning. I would like to have active transportation put at a much higher priority. The research has been done. If you're familiar with Drawdown, they looked at the top 100 activities to be done to reduce climate change and found that bike ped infrastructure was the most cost effective, and it was a negative number, which means it paid back in so many other ways that you should just do it anyway. We see the examples in our European sister cities. They have done this and they're far ahead of us and they're much better off. Our own Safe Routes to School is a huge local success program that we need to expand and work on. So the study's been done. Our community supports this. If you looked at your letters package, as I did beforehand, so over 70% of the letters were supporting bike ped infrastructure. In the recent weekly editorial that I had in there, over 90% of the comments were positive. So the community is behind this, they support it. We have bike lanes on El Camino coming soon. We should jump on that opportunity to jumpstart our own rest of these projects and move forward. So the question is, your major priority is going to stay the same. How do you put in language that will put bike ped at a higher priority than it had been before? It's kind of been overlooked over the years. It needs to be bumped up. The evidence is there. The community supports you. I sure hope you can make that a higher priority. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Julia, followed by Richard H.
Good morning, City Council members. I hope you're all doing well. I'm Julia. I'm a Palo Alto resident and a student at Stanford, as well as the co-founder of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or PASC. And so I'm here today to express my support, among other members of the public, for the Council's continued prioritization of climate action and protection of the natural environment. And more specifically, beyond this broad priority of climate change, I urge and ask you to approve extreme heat as a priority within this larger category of climate and the environment and sustainability. The urban heat island effect is present in our city and disproportionately impacts lower income residents in our neighborhood. The council could begin to address this by adding extreme heat to its list of sub-priorities in order to allow the Office of Sustainability to take on additional work to implement solutions that preemptively protect our residents for when extreme heat events come and when they occur with more severity, more intensity, and more frequency. We have community volunteers that are really excited to do this work, and I hope that you support this effort. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richard H., followed by Amy A.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Richard Hackman, and I came here today to share with you some observations and concerns I have about the direction we're headed regarding downtown retail. With time being limited, I apologize in advance for trying to cover a big topic in just a few minutes and any oversimplification. So for the last couple of years, I've been making a focused effort to engage with the retail community about what it's like to do business in Palo Alto. Some retailers have been doing business here for generations, others just a few months. In those conversations, I've heard a wide range of thoughts, comments, and opinions. Most of what I hear makes sense. Some of it does not, but it's all illuminating. In all of those conversations, there's really one universal truth that's emerged, and it's without customers, retail cannot survive, and parking is critical to retail. Said another way, customers and customer access is a cornerstone of retail. Right now, there are three major capital initiatives advancing downtown: the downtown streetscape improvements, the affordable housing developments on existing surface parking lots, and the proposed garage on Lot D at Hamilton and Waverly. The current plan is to fund the streetscape improvements with an assessment, build affordable housing on existing assessment district surface parking lots, and replace the lost parking in the new garage. While there's a conceptual path forward for this plan, I'm not sure it's feasible. The streetscape improvement plan is a multi-year effort that depends on assessment district support, paying for the estimated $40 million price tag. And right now, I don't think the votes are there to support it. The affordable housing projects downtown are proposed for construction on the existing assessment district lots, and multiple assessment district members have raised legal concerns about that proposal. And the proposed parking garage on Lot D at Hamilton and Waverly still has uncertainties around its funding and development. The result of this dynamic is that the three major capital efforts are being pursued in parallel, but all have questions about their feasibility. Ensuring that what's being proposed is financially feasible and legally supportive, in my opinion, is imperative. Also, with where things are in the planning process, if all these initiatives proceed, all the construction would occur at roughly the same time in the 2027 to 2030 timeframe. Because of this, I think it's important two things happen. First, greater engagement with assessment district members to better understand what they will and won't support. And second, pursue these capital projects in a manner that puts feasibility in mitigating the impacts on retailers first. For example, replacement parking should be in place before any disruption to existing parking, and plans for downtown should be evaluated for assessment district support because it's imperative to making what's proposed happen. Thank you for your time and making retail a priority in the year ahead.
And our final speaker is Amy A. Amy A., you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Amy A. Unfortunately, we can't hear you. If you wish to submit public comment, you can email the council at city.council@cityofpaloalto.org. And that concludes public comment.
Thanks very much to all the speakers on very relevant topics for us to consider. Shift over to the other Ed for a couple of slides here.
Absolutely. Although actually you are scheduled for a break, so it's your discretion, but just wanted to note that.
It's actually scheduled at 10:40, so I thought we'd try to stay with that time frame, which is a good time to break.
Okay. All right. Very good. Well, with that, let's go ahead to the next slides. Let's go one more. actually, perfect. Thank you. Just to provide a brief recap on context for the council discussion that will happen now, this has been an annual part of the council's calendar for many years and identifies the parameters for the discussion through the city council's procedures and protocols handbook. I've got a few particular notes here that these are strategic approach focusing on issues and initiatives over a 2-year period to allow for sustained progress and meaningful impact on these priorities. Next slide, please. A few years ago, just really out of understanding that in addition to the specific priorities that may change from year to year, there are a number of underlying or overarching, depending on your perspective, values that are always front and center in Palo Alto. The City Council adopted these statements of values in preparation and to provide some context for the specific priorities discussion. So let me read them real quickly. Number one, that the City of Palo Alto City Council will make decisions that balance revenues and expenses now and into the future. 2, are environmentally sustainable now and in the future. 3, we'll integrate equity into our decisions, considering how decisions affect people differently based on their identity or circumstances. 4, create a healthy, safe, and welcoming community for all. 5, we'll safeguard public trust through transparent practices and open communication. And 6, we'll embrace innovation. Next slide, please. And with that, let me turn it over to you, Ed.
Great, thank you very much. I also wanted to note for the audience that all of the senior staff here from the city, all the senior staff from the city is present. So we really appreciate, all 3 chiefs and the head of departments, and they're intimately involved in understanding the strategy, and they have the work to do when we get done to get all of these specific objectives tied to the strategy and to get them done in the year. So appreciate having your presence here. This is a crucially important slide, in my view, for the rest of the day and really for the rest of this process. And so we tried to break this down into 3 definitions. And the first is the real focus of this meeting, which is what we're trying to do today is come up with the overall priorities. And generally, that's into 3 or 4 focus areas that we select for sort of special attention. And that is what's there to address community needs. The comments in the survey, one comment was that, where's there? The 24 priorities were just too general without substance, and I'd like to see a list of projects. Today is to be focused on the priorities and get a first shot at the process, but I can show you the process from last year resulted in 76 different objectives, which we call strategic objectives, that our senior staff has to execute. So this is really just the first step, starting with these priorities. The third item here is called objectives, which are the strategic projects or milestones that the folks work on, and it's tied to their job performance, frankly. And I'm suggesting an insertion here for this year, which we can have fun wordsmithing if we like, but I'm calling it umbrella strategy, which is sort of an overall approach to managing an issue, particularly if they're long-term or multi-dimensional. So if you could move to the next slide, Megan. So what I mean by this is there are a number of overall strategies that we are going to operate by, if we agree on this, that span various departments and various other sort of priorities. And for example, in the first case, while we made good progress on this last year, we have a very, very high vacancy rate relative to the jobs that are open versus the jobs that we are able to fill. What that means, bottom line, is that we can't get the people we need to execute on these high-level priorities or on this whole list. So it's kind of silly to do all of this work and not be able to execute when the answer comes back, we couldn't find staff to do it. So I think that's, in my view, these 4, this is up for discussion. I'm just putting it up here. are examples of sort of overall strategic approaches that we need to take to the year. The second one is, I think we need to take a more, what I'll call a more cautious approach. I think we always take a cautious approach to our budgeting, but a more cautious approach this year in light of overall economic uncertainty, and certainly with the new administration that almost every hour, it seems now, is making changes that can impact us. And that has to do with operating budgets as well as capital budgets. I intentionally put them in these two first because they're contradictory. So as we look at, trying to staff, we have to also take a cautious approach to budget. Does that mean in a negative way that we have to drop priorities that we need to execute on? Don't know, but we're going to have to see that in the budget. And I think we should have this kind of discipline. Third, and I mentioned this in the first few minutes that I was mayor this year, that I think we want to work even harder to increase effectiveness in channels of communications, both to and from residents. And I heard this again today in public comment. One of the items that I've started a discussion with on the city manager, also known as Ed, is that I would like to do something that I would call press conferences, where I can stand up regularly and talk about stuff that I think maybe not has been, communicated as well, that, we've done and we haven't announced it particularly, or it's just shown up in city manager comments. And Ed Chicada and potentially other staff members from one of the chiefs to the planning director, depending on the content, would be there. It would also have, unlike public comment, have the opportunity to have two-way conversation with city council represented by the mayor or the department head in this case. So those are some of the initiatives I think we could take. And then absolutely necessary is for us to take another look at structuring committees for optimum effectiveness based on what we come up with. So I'd like to pause there and get feedback from my colleagues on the concept of this and adds or deletes, if you like the concept, from these 4 bullet points that I've put up.
Oh, go ahead.
We don't have lights, so raise hands. Oh, sorry. There we go. Thanks,
Go ahead.
Pat.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Well, I think these are useful areas for us to begin discussion. I'm hesitant to use this as the framework for where we're going forward necessarily. They may or may not be elements of that. But I think they're worth being part of the discussion. On the first one, the employee vacancy rate, we have had that as a major issue. But our current circumstance is not exceptionally high vacancy. Pre-COVID, we were at 12%. During kind of the COVID years, we rose to 18%, which was exceptionally high. And we're now down to 10% vacancy, is my understanding. Is that, I'm seeing Ed Chicada confirm that. And that 10% and declining. So we're not outside of our norm. We're actually a little bit below our norm. That doesn't mean that traditional vacancy level of 12% was a good number. But I think that is something to just bear in the context. Also, its impact on budgeting. We went through, in our last budget, we actually negotiated with staff to assume a bit lower vacancy than we've assumed historically. What typically happens in the budget is that we've budgeted for 3 or 5% vacancy, and then we have 10 or more percent. And those dollars, those positions were all budgeted, but not spent for full-time filling of those positions. And instead, those dollars kind of go to 3 different things. Overtime, often in police and fire, that's where we especially have to meet those needs and fill it with overtime. Outside contractors to fill the need that we don't have in-house, for instance, in our development center and and permitting staff. We've had to outsource it significantly at times. And then lastly, it's what goes into what we see as usually a surplus at the end of the year, but it's sort of a budgeted surplus. It's a cautionary budgeting that results in a likelihood that we'll have dollars left over, which we have had in a previous policy set up that those dollars would be divided to extra contributions to our capital fund and extra contributions to our section 115 supplemental pension fund to pay down the underfunded pension liabilities that we have that are very significant. In the last couple of years, we actually created an additional fund that is bridging us for the last 1 to 2 years, the next couple of years, so that we are actually budgeting to restore where we restored positions in public safety, fire, libraries, and other departments that were slashed during COVID. And the income projected for last year and this year and next year is less than we are spending. But we had a big surplus for 2 years, basically, where we were cautious at restoring those positions. And in the end, the revenues far exceeded what we had budgeted, and we created this supplemental fund. So there's a tension between bullet 1 and 2. I think bullet 3, I think that it's a good concept. We have to always make sure that communications that we have are reflecting the council positions and the city positions. And then this last one, structuring committees for optimum effectiveness. I'm not sure what that means. We have before us today a discussion on our ad hoc committees and how to do that.
That's what that means.
Okay. So I think those are important considerations today. I have a number of others, and I'll bet colleagues of mine have others. So I think what we should do is just include these in our discussion, but I'm not supportive of having them being the framework for how we proceed as umbrella operating strategies.
That's an important part of the of the discussion, to see if there's adds or deletes, or we don't want to do this. Who else? Vicky?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Ed L. Yeah, so I think these are very interesting things to point out in this particular year, these operating strategies. As Pat, this is hard to do the first name thing up here. As Pat just talked about, we often have dollars left over in our budget with our vacancies, starting with our vacancy rate 1 that gives us a little cushion. But there's also costs of vacancy. As he mentioned, the overtime can be quite expensive. And there's a morale cost when people feel that they're have to do overtime or carrying an extra burden, or there's just, they're just not fully staffed. And turnover is expensive, training is expensive. So I think we have to make sure we think about not just the savings from positions that aren't filled, but also some of these somewhat intangible costs sometimes. But I do think continuing to think about that is important. For the second point, take a more cautious approach to budgeting decisions. That one spurred me to look back at the packet and look specifically at our value statements, which I don't think we talked a lot about today in this structure. But the council, in addition to priorities, has 6 value statements that are in the packet. And the first one is balance revenues and expenses now and in the future. So I think what this is you're saying this is an operational way to do that by acknowledging that this year may have a particularly high set of uncertainties given the various things that are going on in the background. And I think it is prudent to keep close tabs on that as we consider what happens with tariffs, with our workforce, with deportation policies, with the fires, with the increasing cost of insurance, with the availability of insurance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Third, the communication one, that led me to look at value statement number 5, which is safeguard public trust through transparent practices and open communication. So I think it's consonant with that. And we do hear that a lot. I mean, I want to commend staff because I feel like there are a lot of communications out there, emails, website, et cetera, but there's still we still hear a demand. So we just have to figure out how to match that up better and to continue to prioritize that. Makes sense to me. And finally, structuring committees. Yeah, I think that's something that'll be, I'm looking forward to our discussion today. And I think overall, we had an awful lot last year, and I know that takes an extra demand on staff. And we want to be efficient and responsive to community needs. Some of that means having efficient ad hocs and some of it may not. So I think lifting that up and taking a look on what we just experienced and what makes sense going forward is a good thing to do. Thank you.
Keith?
Yeah, overall, good set. First, the vacancy rate. What makes me pause is that our staff is pretty high quality, and I don't want to sacrifice quality. So I'm not sure if this means that you just be spending more effort recruiting or how we would raise that or lower the vacancy rate, but that is a good goal. Cautious approach to budgeting, good idea. It will affect people. If you cut library hours, that will impact, reduced services are not a popular thing in Palo Alto, but I think caution is prudent. And finally, the communication channels, we see the people here, hyper-connected people are really easy to connect to, but we still have the segment of population that's just unconnected, and they're the hard people to get to. And if we work, we may work and more connect the hyper-connected people or the people who are already connected. It's really difficult, but if we can somehow make inroads into that population, it'd be excellent.
Thank you, Ed. I appreciated this framework, and not to say it's 100% what we want it to be, but I appreciated what you put together here. I look forward to hearing other people's thoughts about what needs to be added or changed. I'll speak to bullet 3. I was really excited by your idea that you might hold press conferences. When I think of who's engaged in our community and who's not, I think people who speak in public comments, we appreciate you, you know to do it, and you do it. Some people, just actively consume Uplift Local. They go to the city website, they participate in surveys, but I do fear that we're kind of working with the same set of folks who are a portion of our city, and we've always got to be looking at how do we bring more people in. And I do think a more traditional, maybe bigger city style press conference with the mayor at a podium feels like a way to engage the public in a different medium than we've been using. So I'm very excited to see you do that, and would certainly amplify that if you did. And I do have thoughts about the structure of committees, but I think we're not. Do I speak to that now? Or
No, we're going to get to that one
okay,
later.
right. Thank you.
Just a number on that. We had 600 people fill out the surveys, which is fantastic, but there's 60,000 people. Oh, to both of your Keith and Julie's comments. Yeah, Greer.
Thanks, Ed. Definitely appreciate the approach to creating a kind of a new style of framework. There's a lot here that I like and I agree with. For a while, I have thought that that our retreat, the way we conduct the retreat, how we consider our priorities and the framework needs to be more refined to be able to be the most effective for how we all govern, how staff moves forward throughout the year, and how we engage with the community. So I don't know if today is the day to really kind of figure out how we change some of that. I think that's something that maybe policy and services could take on this year. Because I do think definitely think there needs to be a change and appreciate. And I know this is not a dramatic departure at all. So we're not able to do it today, which I think is a bit unlikely. Really putting some more intentionality to it throughout the year, so future retreats are more effective. But overall, I mean, I agree with everything that's here. Especially, I appreciate the third bullet point of increasing that effectiveness and communication and soliciting that feedback from the residents. Because I completely agree with what you just said as far as how many residents we have, and even though this is a good survey, still missing vast majority, and how we can continue to improve that.
Who else? George, you want to comment?
Yeah, I'll just note that I fully agree with Keith's comments on vacancies, on budgeting, and on community outreach. I'll just note that you mentioned pretty explicitly, but just in the previous section, how we want a more refined list of priorities, how we want more focused deliverables within those priorities, and how some things, though they are important, maybe don't need to be listed as a 2025 priority. So I think of that also as kind of an umbrella framework as I go into this. I don't think this needs to be a specific bullet point here, but I do just want to make sure that that's on the record, that that's how I'm thinking about this.
Greer, were you suggesting that we shouldn't try to settle on this now? This specifically could have been done in PNS for 25, just like for 26, it will be teed up again. Are you suggesting that some edited version of this should not be in place now? We should just send it back to PNS for 26? Just wanted clarity on that.
Yeah, well, I think just a more kind of intentional discussion at PNS over the course of the year about how, moving forward, maybe how we select our priorities and think about this process could be a more meaningful discussion. I think today I was thinking more of the traditional approach that we have done. So I, didn't come here kind of thinking about how that process would be changed at the moment.
Okay, I'm in this comment, I'm not arguing for this. What I'm just saying is process-wise, this was intended to be an add to the traditional process, not an exception to. So the process that we're about to start of getting the priorities, then working it down to strategic objectives, and underneath that, there's tactics that the staff has to use, wouldn't change. I was just thinking of this as an add to guide our year.
I mean, I definitely have no objections to the 4 bullet points here. I think they're all good operating strategies for 2025. And I think if we do incorporate this, then I think further refining it maybe in PNS throughout the year to figure out exactly how we structure this would be the most effective.
Okay, so we're at
I have a follow-up, if I might.
Yeah, no, I was going to say we're at 10:40 now. We could take a break and come back and see if anyone wants to add or delete from this, or we can keep going right now. Yeah, Vicky wants to come in on that.
Yeah, just real quickly, I kind of heard Greer's comment a little bit as specifically on the committees for structuring the committees. And, as incoming PNS chair, I think looking at that and then looking at the retreat process after today and thinking about how we work that, going forward, what we liked. Every year we learn. I'm very interested in that. And so I think these are 4 interesting things, exactly how we use it as operating strategies. I think will become clearer, so the content of the 4 I'm good with, but in terms of revising things like structuring committees more broadly, other than specifically for this year, I think is something we can think about in PNS over the course of the year. Does that, hopefully I communicated that well. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's fine. At the end, we just want to decide if we want to do anything on these or a revised aspect of these for this year before it goes to PNS. Again, it's just a process comment.
I guess I'm not entirely clear on what we're supposed to do with these, other than have them uplifted in our awareness as we go through?
We could add and or subtract from this list and adopt it as guideline umbrella operating strategies in addition to the priorities that we're going to decide on. And of course, the objectives, the strategic objectives that staff's going to come up with to support that. Or do nothing now. That's okay too. All right, let's get Pat's comment.
Yeah. So Ed, this is something that clearly you've been thinking about. I think the rest of us benefit from really having a deeper thought on whether these are the right set, whether this is an approach we want to take. I think conceptually there's some merit to the approach, but I think that we all as a group will benefit from thinking about this a little more. As I've kind of had looked at some of the things I wanted to raise today and how they might fit in this context, I'll just offer a couple of thoughts. One that a couple areas that I think are priorities in the community and from comments of the council over time has been, one is really how can we achieve greater operational efficiency? Because these are described as operational strategies, although then we have the ad hoc committees, which has some operational role, but that's really on how do we have council policy and direction versus organizational operational efficiency. But we already have had discussions, and the city manager has begun an initiative that I think the council needs to weigh in more on, which is the role of consultants and the costs of consultants as we're trying to figure out how we're going to find the dollars to staff Fire Station 4 with water and other economic development strategies and things that right now we don't have the money in the budget for. And so that aspect of operational efficiency, I think, is going to be really important this year and next year. We've also heard from the community a lot and from ourselves about the importance of regulatory streamlining. And I actually believe that we aren't doing ourselves justice because our planning department and development center have already implemented a series of permitting and regulatory streamlining for both individual homes, on housing approvals, and on retail approvals and business approvals. And so we have a set of actions that have already been done, ones that are in the midst, and ones that are on the horizon that we intend to tackle as we have the capacity to do so. So that, in a way, ties into your third bullet on that communication. I want to emphasize that if we have this kind of communication through the mayor as our representative, it requires a great deal of discipline, that the mayor needs to speak with facts and not opinions, and make sure that those statements are reflective of the council as a whole versus a mayor's priorities, because the implication, or at least the inference by the community and the press, will be that those are the city's and the city council's priorities. And we really need to have that distinction. I've often over the years offered advisement that I don't think necessarily sinks in, but when you get elected mayor, suddenly the public perception is that your knowledge base doubles, your IQ went up by 20 points, and everything that you've thought previously suddenly has a lot greater credence in the eyes and ears of those who are in the community and the press. So we have to be careful in how these things would be implemented, and a clear kind of set of guidelines and responsibility to make sure that we are doing those communications in a way that are most effective and reflect the council which is who we elect our mayor to represent. Thank you.
Yeah, Julie?
You had put a question on the table of whether we should have a break or continue this conversation. I want to honor what it is you'd like to do. I do have thoughts here. I can wait until after a break, so I just want to check in with you on that.
Why don't we go ahead and another couple minutes and see, maybe perhaps you're the last comment, so go ahead.
Okay, I do appreciate that you put this out there for us to consider. I really see what I perceive as an attempt to create a strong three-legged stool, which is the priorities that we have year over year, and we will come up with those for 2025. Those are the content areas, topic areas, areas of need in our city that we're choosing to prioritize. We already have the existing values in place, a set of 6 things that inform how we make decisions. That's sort of what we always want to take into consideration. And what you're offering here is a third leg, which is, and here are some strategies for how we're going to actually do the work. And so I that's at least how I'm interpreting it, and I like it. I do like these 4. I also appreciated Pat's suggestions about the conservative use of consultants being something or how we use consultants being one aspect of our intentional operating strategies, as well as regulatory streamlining. So if those 2 items were added to this, I would be happy to support the 6.
George?
I'll just say that I agree with both Pat and Julie's comments here. And this may be going a little bit further ahead into how we actually structure the objectives. But, as an operating strategy, I think the objectives should be more tangible, more concrete, less of kind of continue engagement or less of advance and more of the deploy and complete and develop goals here. And so I think taking those more aggressive goals that have concrete deliverables is more risky. It's harder for staff to commit to. But I think we could also have an operating framework where we say, these are the goals that we can't fail on, that we think, will be 80, 90% complete by the end of the year. And these are the more stretch goals. These are the riskier goals that might be a 50-50 goal. And so as part of the end of the year, we don't necessarily hit all of our goals, but we also have, frankly, fewer softballs. So I think thinking about how we really structure the objectives and risk associated with them and getting stronger commitments is something that could be an operating strategy.
Yeah, we'll be getting to that very shortly. Any other comments? All right, let's take a break, and if there's any other comments after the break, we'll reopen that one. Okay, thanks very much. We are back. So just before we get to the priorities, which is now up here, just closing out on that prior item. During the break, talked to the new chair of the P&S committee, and I think it's maybe the best structural way to deal with this is just to take that draft to P&S to take a look at sort of ASAP and see if we can still act on it one way or another, edited or not, recommended or not, and see if we can just get some action on it by, in a month or so. And so it could still be operative for 2025 if that's what P&S wanted to recommend. So we'll leave that one there. Okay, now we are on to the meat of this. And again, for the public, yes, these are somewhat high generalities, but they shape all of the stuff that's underneath it. And as in preparing for this, as Ed Chicata has said, that we get down to these strategic objectives, and we do want these to look strategic eventually. And beyond that, there's sort of the other half of the iceberg, below the top of the iceberg, which is all the work that they do on a daily basis. So this isn't all they're going to do, believe it or not. And I think an example of that is, this year we passed the housing element. We prioritized zoning changes we passed. We made phenomenal progress on all of that. But if, for example, we can't get permits done in a year, then we've basically failed on housing. And luckily, that's a false example because we've actually made really good progress on improving our permit processing and on staffing our planning department. So I'm picking that example as a hypothetical, which isn't true. But, and I want to emphasize that because we do have reporters in the room, so. So there's a lot of tactics underneath this, and I just want to credit staff with all the stuff they have to do and also remind the public that it's not just these 70 things that they have to do. It's hundreds of things, and all of those are tied to their own accountability and performance reviews, which was some of the feedback we got from the survey. So I just wanted to underscore that. All right, so these are the 24 priorities. And council's already had some input on it, but I think we should just ask for council members to speak on if they want to add or edit or delete any of these, and we'll just start from there structurally. Keith?
Yeah, overall, these are good objectives or probably priorities. There are some things that bother me. Let me play devil's advocate. We've gone from 3 to 4 different priorities, and they're all very broad now. And so they almost cover everything that we do. And if everything's a priority, then nothing's a priority. And what I really would like to do is be able to separate what the things that we want to make progress on with the things that we want to make exceptional progress on. And this doesn't do that. And now when we make the 82, then we certainly can shape that, but I'm not sure if we're helping staff as much as we could. And so that's my one concern, is that we really, because there's some things that have a timeline that are really tight that we have to make progress on this year. And we really need to identify those for staff and really make progress on those. That doesn't mean that we won't do other stuff, but we really want to identify those high priority items.
Does staff want to make any comment on that, or just get some more comments first?
Well, I appreciate the comment. I would add simply the perspective that ultimately these priorities do reflect and eventually determine choices of where we collectively spend our time and resources as opposed to other places. And so, as Keith pointed out, if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. And ultimately, in this coming year, I hate to say it, but I suspect we will need to make some choices on resource allocation. So your discussion's extremely important for that purpose.
Yeah, Vicky.
Yeah, thank you. I think again, this is something we can work on a bit at PNS over the year, but when I look at the 4, I think, okay, those are so high, and I know we then have the 77, but I feel it might be helpful for council to do a little something in between, like 2 or 3 items under each, and maybe we don't do that this year, but we could talk about that. Because I think there are things that we're still gonna wanna really make sure we highlight and bring out this year. I think most people know that categorically, we're gonna work on these 4 areas. And I guess what I'm thinking is with those, that it might be helpful at a retreat to talk about some timeline aspects, some milestones, even if we recognize that some of the milestones might be in later years and we're not ready to set them precisely. They're the milestones that we really want to accomplish this year. And I do appreciate that when we get the 77 item lists, that there are, quarterly, there are time frames on that. I think that's really important. And I know we look back at those and you report to us on those and we adjust those as we go, and that's fabulous. But it feels to me like somewhere between these just categories that we talk about and 77 items with Q1, 2, 2, 3, 4, there's a little more guidance we could get to connect those up. And just looking at a couple of these, I think, as was mentioned in the staff report, I'd love to see climate change and natural environment change to climate action and natural environment protection and adaptation, because it's really the action is our priority. Change is unfortunately the backdrop. And I think that within that, there's quite a few priorities, of course, but I think it might be helpful to lift some of them up. I mean, we have an SCAP plan, we have a work plan for that. We, on our climate committee, talk a lot about the implementation and refinement of those plans, and we have an amazing community working group. But, we still have to make some choices. And, we heard a lot about enhancing our bike ped plan, which certainly has a climate aspect to it, as well as a public safety aspect. We heard support for our successful whole home electrification program, which is being launched. But to say we really want to do that and get it right this year, I think is an important thing. We heard about our sea level rise response, and I think it was the Sierra Club mentioned that. And that has a broader impact on our safety, our quality of life, et cetera, et cetera. So ponder whether we pick a couple of those there. And then the other one I wanted to talk about was the last one, which is community health, safety, wellness, and belonging. And I really feel like public safety is being forefront in many people's minds for many reasons, whether it's our fire strike team down in LA, whether it's concern about our own foothills and wildfire risk, whether it's public safety, and even though we're I think the safest suburb in the state, people still want to feel safer. They're worried about retail theft, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm wondering whether we want to really call out public safety, not just safety, and perhaps it's public safety and community health, wellness, and belonging. And we could put a couple items under that about fire safety and public safety and reducing retail and residential theft. So those are some things. I won't go more deeply into the why, but I think it might be helpful for council to drill down just a bit on some of those.
I'm going to add a facilitator question to the first 2 speakers. It seems to me like what you might be talking about is weighting with a higher priority some of the eventual strategies that we come up with underneath these big generalist things to say that we got to make sure we get this thing done. So maybe it's a weighting factor. Is that kind of what you were saying? All right. And I know Greer was next. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ed. Well, I do like that. I do like that idea of the weighting. I think that's important. I think there's a few of our existing priorities that we can maybe modify it a little bit to achieve really some more kind of short-term goals. So like on the housing piece, I think now that finally we have our housing element certified by the state, our focus should just now turn to or towards implementing the housing element and those policies. So I think that's a simple change to our housing goals to be able to do that. Because now the kind of administrative burden of just simply getting that document finally approved and the amount of time and resources was incredible, and it really derailed our efforts of actually implementing the plan, ironically. So now that we have cleared that just bureaucratic hurdle, I think that's where our focus should turn on the housing piece. Um, I like what Vicky was saying there as far as adding public safety. I don't know if this addition would be then kind of a sub point there or a different one, but I do think a particular focus this year on emergency preparedness and prevention is going to be really key. Of course, the fires that are happening in Southern California is a reminder of what can happen here. A few years ago when we had the fires in Santa Cruz, I know we were just lucky in Palo Alto that the winds changed and really saved us from an emergency, but we can't rely on that luck in the future. And I think we've now turned to an era in California where we no longer have a fire season. I think the entire year is a fire season, and so focusing on that prevention and the preparedness for wildfires, fully staffing Station 4, working with regional partners to be able to ensure that our Foothill Station is prepared at all times. Not only focusing, of course, on fire risks, but also flooding impacts. I'm glad Hamilton spoke to that earlier, but the SFCJPA is at a moment in time right now where I think we're really at a point to really start to advance the Reach 2 project and really finally bring some flood mitigation. But that's going to require a lot of resources from the city, both staff time as well as funding, to be able to figure out how we are going to fund that Reach 2 project. And sure, people are aware of the threats that Valley Water made back in December of potentially pulling out. I've been engaging directly with them. Congressman McCarta's office has as well. So I'm hopeful they're starting to pull back from that, but haven't quite reached that yet. But a big part of their concern is the funding gap, and to show that we and the other agencies there are committed to that, I think will go a long ways to be able to bring that. So I think a greater focus to emergency preparedness and climate change, natural environment, continuing that push, incredibly important. I think that needs to stay. And then the fourth one for me that's really important is a greater investment in community building, public events. I think it was the new president of the Palo Alto Pickleball Club who used the term social infrastructure. Loved that. And I know there's a lot of us up here who are interested either from Parks and Rec backgrounds, or Julie that always talks about third space, and what George was saying earlier as well about just that vibrancy piece. I think it's really time that we start investing in that community piece of what makes Palo Alto so special. So those are some of my initial thoughts.
By the way, during the break, I also got trained on this new equipment. So when you press your buttons, it does show up on my screen. See, none of us are trained on that. If you just press your speaker button, it pops up right here on my screen. Yeah.
But it also
Very
turns
fancy.
on all our mics.
Press your button. Okay, now you can speak, Julie.
Thank you. I noticed a few of us pressed our buttons and the noise went like this. Okay. Appreciate what my colleagues have shared. I'm going to probably take an approach that's opposite of what Keith just suggested, which is to reinforce what, in my view, is the value of four very broad yet clear, I think, levels of focus in a city with great complexity. when Vicky, Ed, and I joined council 2 years ago, and we're at our first retreat, that council did not substantially change the priorities that from the prior year. And neither did we do that last year. And I remembered agreeing with my colleagues that, hey, these things should not change over very frequently. These are immense concepts. They're not likely to be solved in 2 to 3 years. And in fact, our council policy, procedures and protocols handbook said that council priorities were going to get unusual focus, and they would be limited to, like, each priority would be limited to 3 years. And we questioned that last year, and we questioned it the year before, like, what, we're going to take climate in whatever way in which we write about it, we're going to take it off in 3 years? No. Housing? No. Community health and safety? No. Economic development transition? No. I mean, we might remove these things because other things turn out to be more important in that year, but unlike sort of forcing a false constraint to say a priority should not last for more than 3 years. In fact, in PNS, in our last meeting, this wasn't reflected in the staff report, so I want to bring it out. We did have a motion that said we will remove from the procedures and protocols handbook the notion that priorities will get unusual attention and that priorities will be limited to 3 years. And so that was PNS listening to council saying, you know what, these things are enduring and may need some tweaking as we go. But so I'm going to stand up in favor of these 4, more or less. Maybe they become 5 if we tease out public safety and emergency preparedness from community strengthening and wellness and belonging. I could see that happening. I'd be happy to go with that as a 5th if that gets to be proposed. I do want to second Vicky's notion of public safety. That's a terminology that would strengthen the concept of what I think we aim to mean here by safety. I like Greer's suggestion of implement the housing element as opposed to housing for social and economic balance. Frankly, social and economic balance, whenever I see that, I picture people balancing, and social, I don't think it, for me, describes what we're trying to get at. So I think that's an improvement. I like Vicky's notion of climate and sustainability action and adaptation. At least that's how it was phrased when he made the suggestion back in December. Whatever it is, it gets at, it's not climate change, it's dealing with the climate change. And then finally, on economic development and transition, I prefer economic vitality. We are an economic engine. We have historically been one. Our engine, has been impacted by the pandemic and other factors. We want that engine to be truly vital and revitalized and perpetually full of vitality. So I prefer that term, economic vitality. I think it speaks to where we are now and where we always want to be. So that's one little piece that I would offer of my own language. Thank you.
Pat? Thank you. So I want to talk about things at 3 levels. 1 is the priorities. 2 is, if you look at our staff report on page 4 or packet page 9, at the top is 6 different, they're described in the staff report as universally shared values. That was not my recollection of how those were framed, that they were enduring values is the way the council had adopted them. But those were adopted a year or so before several of us joined the council. And so that provides some framework for things that continue outside of our priorities that reflect our values. And they were created because we were having this tension of, well, that's something that's really core to who and what we are. Okay. And so I want to make sure everybody's kind of staring at those and comparing them to the priorities. And then lastly, this, which I would call really a implementation plan, it's titled Priorities and Objectives, but they're actually, these aren't so much objectives, these are initiatives and programs to implement those goals. So first on the priorities, I agree with Vicky that climate action is probably a better descriptor than change. We had a number of us have spoken about the elevated importance of wildland fire protection. And that is within adaptation. It's also within public health and safety. So it doesn't mean that we have to change that wording. It's just, it kind of goes back to this set of programs and initiatives. One of the things that I've raised a couple of times is that we try to shoehorn a program under a given council priority. And sometimes it fits neatly, that what fits well in the shoe. And other times you'll have a program that is important, but doesn't really fit within the council priorities, but everybody would say that's an important program. And then other times where a program actually checks 2 or 3 or 4 of these priority boxes. And so having 4 columns that will, you may list it as helping fulfill foremost one program, but to note how it is addressing one priority, to note how it addresses other priorities, I think is useful as well. As far as Julie's suggestion on economic vitality, that might be an improvement. I think dropping the transition, others have mentioned, and I think that's probably appropriate. Under community health, safety, wellness, and belonging, what really I think happened a year or 2 ago was people had priorities and they wanted to add on to that. And it gets longer and longer in terms of that. I've struggled to understand why wellness isn't a subset of community health. I think it is, and just to make these as succinct as possible without intending to reduce what is the intent there. And then I wanted to return to a point that George had made on the programs and initiatives list, is that we have a lot of action verbs that really too often are not concrete on those lists. I looked at the first section on economic development, and it says facilitate and engage and initiate, advance, research, and evaluate. And when I think about these, first, as the city manager has pointed out, not all these are fit neatly within a single year time frame to complete. They're going to continue, a number of them. Some do fit within that, others do not. But those that are maybe multi-year, but we're seriously addressing them this year or last year, what would be more useful, I think, is for those descriptions of the program to really be focused on the milestones that we intend to achieve that year, with a notation on which ones are going to be continuing beyond that milestone. So we have, here's what we plan to do this year on it, and here's a description of what that objective is in the longer term, which may or may not have clear milestones for the balance. We may need to set those next milestones in the subsequent years. So I think those were my main thoughts on just the priority level. As we get later into the programs, I'll have other suggestions.
Okay, I'll add just a couple things. One, this comment, the last comment that you made referencing George, I do think that there was even an attempt last year made to be specific about the year that we're in. And so an item, for example, like evaluate and report out on link, said evaluate and report out. So there was some action there. In some cases, it could be research XYZ, which I think is okay, because we have to get out ahead of these big projects for the following years to do some research on it. So I don't think that's a nothing burger. I think that's real work that has to be done so that we have enough data. So I just wanted to not disagree with either of you, but just to make that one point that some of these are, I think, okay that way. I think Greer's correct on housing, that the maybe it's housing production or some other word, maybe you can come up with a word there, for social and economic imbalance. My first thought was, it would be great to get affordable housing in there, but we get that in there with this umbrella word of social and economic balance that covers everything in terms of price points of our rentals and purchases. I agree with a couple comments that climate action is better. And also I think with Pat's comments that some of this natural environment protection covers some things like wildfires that we have to take a more urgent look at. I was one that had voted for the elimination of the word transition because I think it's too reflective of just the pandemic. Not that our work is done, obviously. And originally I was thinking we should say economic development and retail vibrancy, because that's just such a front burner issue, but perhaps economic vibrancy or vitality covers that as well. Obviously, when we get to the strategic objectives, we don't want to lose sight of the specifics and the urgency on that. And lastly, I agree that the last one feels just very long. Totally agree that we should say public safety, which is just more communicative. I felt last year that wellness and belonging was probably within community health, but others wanted specifically belonging there. I could still go down to community health and public safety, or some variety of that. So those are my comments. George?
I'll start with a general comment. I think it is generally good to try to stick to 4 priorities. And I think it's also okay if priorities turn over every 3 or 4 years, or similar. I think we can scope these very like high level objectives and strategies to be clear enough and scoped enough that we can take them down at some point. And so the example that I would maybe think about here is economic development. Reading through the specific objectives, they're essentially all focused on Cal Ave, downtown, retail, elsewhere in the city. And these are the kinds of things that when we set the cores on, when we actually have the designs and the funding and construction schedules, hopefully in the near future, that means we can be done with economic development and transition as it is currently scoped, and we can redefine what the next phase of economic development and transition is. And so right now, as we've scoped it, it's just, truly about retail with a heavy focus on Cal Ave and downtown. I think for the coming year, certainly agree that we should lop off transition, but maybe some framing around vital public space or vibrant public space could be right here. That incorporates all that we're saying about our retail areas, but also gives explicit room for us to include something potentially on Coverly, and getting everything ready for funding and design and an eventual vote on Coverly. So that's one way where we could wordsmith this to be a little bit more inclusive of another major priority that will be on a clock. In general, I'm also just really supportive of the wordsmithing that we're doing. I think lopping off bits is great. I think climate action and natural environment protection and adaptation, or I'm not exactly sure where we're like landing on that, but that could just be climate action. Housing could just be housing production for social balance. a lot of wordsmithing on the last one, but it could just be safety and wellness. Community or public is kind of really broad. Um, uh, Belonging is maybe a subcase of wellness. Health is maybe a subcase of wellness. I think it's a symbolic point, but I think just not having priorities that are a mouthful is just good for focus. I think one other point that I'll make that falls outside of this list of 4 is that I think safe transportation has its inherent own value. I think if you think of a core function of a city, it's like housing, it's safety, it's transportation. And we have a really interesting a few things are coalescing this year: the bike and pedestrian plan, the safe streets plan. We are ostensibly going to set a Vision Zero goal coming out of our safe streets plan. I think that's a huge milestone, but I think it's also potentially a nothing burger if we don't actually line up funding, if we don't really discuss the specific plans and the timelines for the infrastructure or traffic enforcement or other things we'll roll out. I think it would be suitable as either one of the headline items under, say, safety and wellness, or potentially its own priority. So those are my comments.
Okay, so what I'd like to do now is take each one in priority order, and at the very least, let's get the wordsmithing done before we move on from there. And I thought I would take the 4 veteran council members, not including the facilitator, to take each one of them and give the newbies a break on this one. So starting at the top, Greer, maybe you would manage the discussion or the wordsmithing on housing for social and economic balance. So we could start with your own, or we could start with some other comments to get there. One of the things that I might add is that is a place, George, where we could not toss in, that doesn't sound that's not what I mean to say, where we could put transportation. So we could turn this into a housing and transportation for social and economic balance, because we know that transportation is fundamental to the new buildings that we're going to be putting up for housing. So that's an idea. But let's have some discussion on that. And
I think my suggestion for the housing one would just be housing element implementation. We've already got, I can't even remember how many policies that are attached to our housing element, and that is going to take a lot of effort from the city to just be able to implement, and the commitment from this council to be able to do it.
Vicky?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I was, in case we have some broader need, and I take George's point and agree with it, that we want to scope things enough that we give real direction. But I was thinking of simply balanced housing production. I can't remember who it was that said production, but I think we have moved to that. And to me, the production, the way we do it is by implementing the housing element. So I do think simplifying things is good. So just an alternative could be balanced housing production, although I'm okay with this.
Pat?
I think that when we adopted this, at least from my own perspective, when we adopted this phrasing, the social and economic balance is actually very important to me. This is what goes into whether our changes are toward creating a sustainable community where we have socially that we have not only housing that is studios and 1-bedrooms, but family housing that really builds community and sustains the community that we've been. And the economic balance, social and economically, this speaks to the housing that is in the housing element, but as our value, not merely meeting a state standard. But this is us talking about what our values are and our priorities are, which certainly include a priority to meet the housing element mandates. But we want to have housing for all income levels and to create that sort of balance that makes a sustainable society and economy. And so I think that phrasing is important. Now, this addition of transportation, on the one hand, there's a good argument for it, that those are intrinsically tied in. If we're going to have all of this new housing, how do we make sure that we don't just house people, but we really integrate them in the community that works? And so that's intriguing. I'm hesitant to add a category, but I think that linking those together and recognizing that we must look at those two together as coupled is intriguing. So those are my thoughts on this.
I think for me on the housing element implementation language, I mean, this is a 1-year goal. We're not going to accomplish implementing all those in this 1 year, and is going to require a targeted focus. And I think the housing element, for the most part, does incorporate the goals that Pat was just talking about, and that's one of the reasons why it took so long to get that housing element certified, and why we had to go back and forth with the state so many times, was because this council, we were insistent that that document was going to reflect the values of the community, and make sure that we were achieving that social and economic balance in it. So I think the document already contains all those pieces, and I think this is simple language for people to be able to understand exactly what it is that we're trying to achieve. But I'm also open to language on the transportation and additional kind of capital infrastructure, physical infrastructure of the community. I mean, that's one of my great frustrations with these state mandates and the housing element, is that we are having to, right, basically essentially put this housing before we are able to adjust with the appropriate infrastructure to be able to accommodate the increased demand that's going to come from it. So I think that's all going to be a piece to it. So I'm definitely open to including that, but I do think there needs to be a particular emphasis on that housing element implementation.
Julie?
Yeah, I'd like to try to knit Greer and Pat together by offering housing element this goes against George, by the way, sorry, because I'm about to be wordy. Housing element implementation for social and economic balance. I like the fact that we would have the housing element in here. It is an extraordinary accomplishment that we now carry forward to implement, and the rationale for, our city's priorities with regard to housing encompassed in the phrase social and economic balance. So I don't mind a wordier description there of what we're trying to be about with housing. And Pat, I appreciate your explaining why that language, social and economic balance, is important to you. I wasn't here when it was developed, I don't think, and those words are apt descriptors of, the sort of demographic realities we are wanting to confront and support. So I don't know if there's any support for the longer term that includes both.
I mean, one interesting point here is that Greer is absolutely correct. The housing element has that all built in. Absolutely. We know that. But how many of our 60,000 residents knows that? So to Julie's point in that regard. George?
Maybe a question for staff. Is there anything in the 2024 priorities on housing for social and economic balance that is not covered by the housing element? Like if we focus specifically on the housing element, would we lose anything that we actually care about?
The primary area that comes to mind, and other staff may want to weigh in, is our focus on services for the unhoused and both services programs and other activities related to meeting needs of homeless members of the community, as well as addressing associated issues.
And I'll add that the demographic balance of housing types for household sizes, families versus singles, is not part of the housing element. It's actually something that the state mandates and the RENA allocations work against, and something that we've embraced as a council, that we want to make sure that we are also providing housing for families, even if it works against our ability to meet the RENA allocations, that's a community and council value and priority, as opposed to just meeting the housing element.
Thank you. Yeah, the housing element is such a complex document. You know, I know we say something about unhoused services. I know we say something also in the housing element about family size units and trying to incentivize those, but yeah, I think the spirit of what our actual goals are kind of go beyond the housing element. I'm a little bit conflicted on the wordsmithing. I like the idea of housing element implementation in that it is a clear can't fail that we can get done in the next couple of years, like the core programs and the core commitments and zoning changes and things like that. And then we can potentially rescope this into another like very focused housing priority. But yeah, I'm ultimately fine with any permutation of the language that we've already discussed.
Vicky?
Yes, so I'm going to try to knit myself in here, even though Julie wasn't knitting me into. I'm just kidding. So, because I had said balanced housing production for a lot of the reasons that Pat then described in better detail. But as I was reflecting on the housing element implementation idea, I realized that, you know, we keep talking about how we don't build the housing. We can fund it, we can give space, but the housing element implementation includes the things the housing element asks us to do, like to implement policies, right? To rezone, to do a lot of things that might not be connoted by balanced housing production. So then I'm back in a conflict. So I'm wondering if I'm trying to, it's tough to fuse the two in a shorter way. I was trying to keep the whole thing pithy, but I think as long as we include the idea of balance, because I think it's an and, not necessarily an or. I'm happy to withdraw the balanced housing production phrasing that I'd had, but I somehow want to keep the sense of going beyond the production idea with the policies, but going beyond the housing element with the balance we want to see here.
I'm game to move the language that's up there right now, if that's in order. So I will move that housing element implementation for social and economic balance.
We can have a second.
Second.
I didn't see who did that. Julie, okay. Yeah, we can continue discussion now. There's a motion.
And I don't need to speak more to it.
Anyone else?
Just maybe a question for staff, how you would interpret this as a priority.
Good morning.
it's pretty clear for me. As a lot of our anticipated work for the upcoming year is going to be largely focused on housing element implementation. So I don't know that it necessarily, the parts that Ed Chicago was talking about with respect to unhoused and homeless services, I'm sure there's going to be continued work in that area. It's not as, and we do have some program implementations related to that. I think some of the work that we're doing today may be a little broader than what's set forth in the housing element, but I don't know that that's problematic either.
Okay, thanks.
So John, you're not arguing for housing production instead of implementation?
Well, so if you're asking for my opinion, I don't know that we need to add production, but I also don't. There's something about using the housing element implementation that strikes me as maybe a little narrower than our interests. And the reason I'm sitting here is because I had offered a suggestion to Kylie and she asked me to come up. And I know there's a motion on the floor that's been seconded, but I'll just present it as something for you to consider, which is implementing housing strategies for social and economic balance or equity as a possible alternative for you to consider. But I'm perfectly fine with what's presented here as well, and that would we'd be able to work with that. And I believe Chantel Cotton-Gaines has something that she'd like to add.
Well, I was just going to offer the perspective that this is as much, and you've made a reference to it, but as much a communication tool as anything that ultimately will lead to the implementation. So using terms that you think will resonate for those who you expect to be the audience, I think is ultimately our goal.
Thank you. Good afternoon officially. And one more minute. Chantel Cotton-Gaines, Deputy City Manager. Just wanted to add that as you're doing the objective activity, which will come later, we will still be able to include things related to homelessness services. As Mr. Shikata previously referenced, the housing element does include a few of the things we're working on anyway, such as home key. But in terms of the broader discussion around homelessness, I know that's of interest to the council, and we'll still be able to put an objective of some sort in if the council guides us in that direction.
Well, my point, yes, and not to rebut that, but if, for example, the council did not feel that that was directly tied to the priority as stated, then we could reduce resource allocation in that area. But again, certainly just at a minimum, not include, not shoehorn things onto the list simply because there are ongoing activities.
Mayor, I would like to, in response to staff, offer an amendment to my own motion.
Okay.
And I think Director Late's suggestion was good. And so I'm interested in changing it to implementing housing strategies for social and economic balance. And the reason for that is that it is somewhat broader to include some aspects that go beyond the housing element, but are clearly within our own priorities that we are setting related to housing.
Yeah, I was just going to add that even on the housing committee, we do things like figure out rental registry and how we can keep people in their homes once they get there, which I guess technically wouldn't be covered under this language, but would be covered under what you're suggesting.
And if I don't know if my seconder agrees.
Yeah, I agree. Greer, I want to acknowledge you brought the housing element forward, and I appreciated the specificity of that. Now that I appreciate that the housing element does not address the full scope of what we mean when we think about housing strategies, I do think the broader term is more appropriate. So yeah, I agree.
Okay, any more comments? City Clerk, can we take this to a vote, please?
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lipcott Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. So I wonder if Vicky would take the lead on the next one. I think you've already said climate action, and that was your only change. Is that your suggestion?
Sort of, but thank you, Ed. Yeah, I definitely think, and I'm sensing consensus around changing climate change to climate action. Eh, The adaptation piece is tricky because we also talk about climate adaptation, but we do it, in part for the natural environment. So that kind of modifies both. It doesn't flow off the tongue, but and I don't know if Pat or others have suggestions on how to best phrase this, but I think climate action and adaptation is often a phrase we use, and then it could carry on to say and natural environment protection. But I think as long as we change to action, I'm fine with whatever my colleagues would like to do on this one.
Others?
So
George?
one question that I would have is on our natural environment 2024 goals, we talk about the stream corridor setback, we talk about birdseed glass, light ordinances, light pollution ordinances. Those are kind of cruising to the finish line right now, already reviewed by PTC ordinance language, I presume SAT. I don't remember if there's any other revision that we needed to make from the PTC level. I realize at the council level, there could be still a lot of twists and turns, but we're getting close to that. And so if the natural environment pieces that are left over from 2024 cruise to a finish in the first quarter of the year, maybe it doesn't even need to be mentioned as a top line priority. I think climate adaptation already covers some of the other parts like forest management or flooding and fire risk management and things like that. So yeah, if we don't have any other super specific natural environment goals that are not a direct response to climate change, maybe we can just lop off the words natural environment.
Vicky?
Yeah, I would prefer to keep them for a couple of reasons. One is this is a 2025, 1-year goal, and I think we need to ensure that council does address them and they don't, continue on, and that we do some of the things you mentioned, but also we've talked about sea level rise and the RSAP, the Regional Shoreline Adaptation Plan, that's sort of in a process, around the bay, and we are doing our piece. And I think things like that are not just going to be checked off. And I think at least a nod to the interplay between the two and that both are big priorities to this community, I think is important to keep natural environment protection expressly stated.
Any other comments? Otherwise, Vicky, I think your motion is just to change the word from change to action.
Yeah, it's or what we have here where we put adaptation up front. So I'm fine with as is, or if people don't like that and want to put adaptation back at the end, that's fine. But yes, the only real change is changing change.
Pat?
I support this. I would just wanted to elevate the thinking on one of the areas that we've already talked about is our increased focus, the concern on the threat of wildfire risks, and that I just want to note that I believe that that is the greatest threat to our natural environment, as well as perhaps our greatest economic threat longer term. and perhaps the greatest threat to public health and safety that we have in our community. And it's one of those things that we think of as a long tail event, but we've been reminded that what we often think of those remote possibilities are actually virtual inevitabilities, and we really don't face up to them that way. And just to get you thinking about that, the argument that staff let you know that for the last 4 years, this has been a priority that I've really pushed us to move on, because it has these incredibly acute risks to public health, public safety, individual, private and public economic impacts, environmental impacts. And as we talk about flood control, all of the modeling and measures that we're taking on flood protection are based upon having a watershed that holds back the water. This is one of the things that literally today, Los Angeles is beginning to worry about. They've just lost the ability of the natural habitat to hold back in the severe rain. And all of those things combined make it incredibly high risk should that actually a major wildfire happen there. And so I just want to have us be recognizing that within several of these priorities that fits. I don't know that we have to call it out as a council priority, but when we go into our implementation plan, we want to really note how many different places it has a important role. Thanks.
Just a bit more wordsmithing question. We now have climate action and adaptation. We go to the second part and say natural environment and put a dash in there and use the word protection at the end. Oh, wait, we switched it, right?
Yeah, I think that's a red line taking the dash out. I think it's now just climate
sorry.
action and
Okay, got it.
adaptation and natural environment protection.
Okay, perfect. Sorry.
And maybe a comma after adaptation to be sure that they're not considered a three-and or multiple-and round.
Okay, let's go to a vote.
Do we need a second on this?
Pat did.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Now, the next one is economic development. I think most of us have already voted to take off transition, and there were discussions about getting the word vibrancy in here somewhere. Pat, you worked on this a bit. Do you have a perspective on the wording?
Well, I think comments by colleagues earlier addressed it when we've talked about dropping transition.
Right.
And then really the question of whether vitality instead of development is a better phrasing. And I think I'd be good with vitality. So those are my only thoughts.
Could I offer,
Julie?
Mayor? I think it was Keith, or forgive me if I misattribute this, but I copied down someone else's phrase, economic development and retail vibrancy. And I'd be happy with that.
That one was mine.
Thank you, sir.
I'd be good with that.
All right, I move.
I mean, once again, it's covered under economic development, but it's such a front burner issue that for this year, it seems like worth calling out. No, go ahead.
I move that the third priority be economic development and retail vibrancy.
Second.
Any other comments on that one?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I wanted to thank you. Julie, you first brought up vibrancy. I had just written down vitality, but they both start with V, so I'm good.
Actually, I had said
You like Vs,
vitality.
don't
It
you?
was Rick Dahl who said vibrancy. Yeah, I agree with you on vitality, but I like Keith's term vibrancy, which is why I recorded it that way.
Vinky Vinker likes Vs.
The Vice Mayor, Vicky Vinker, yes.
That's right. Go ahead.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Councilmember Lipcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Very good. Okay, now our last one is currently community health. A lot of people have suggested public safety and then maybe stopping there. So we'll see where it is. Julie, do you want to head this one up?
Sure, I'll offer my thoughts. First of all, I definitely agree that the concept of public safety as opposed to the more amorphous safety is a valuable add. I do think that wellness and belonging are different facets of our sort of existential sense of I'm okay. So public safety addresses sort of the threats that come from elsewhere, whether from bad actors or from the environment, things that happen to us. Wellness to me is more encompassing than health. I think wellness includes physical and mental health, both, whereas I think many of us still use health to mean physical health. I think wellness does definitely capture both. It also has a preventative element. The notion that if we're focusing on wellness, it's about what can we do to keep us well, as opposed to only responding when things go poorly, more of an upstream approach, as well as helping people when they are ill and ailing and suffering. And belonging is about how we feel in community, whether we feel that we are in it or we are outsiders. And as I alluded to in my opening comments about my upbringing, this one really hits home for me and for many of us who have found ourselves on the outside for whatever reasons. It is lovely to be a part of a community that knows that that can happen to people and wants to try to ensure that all are brought under the tent. So my proposal for those reasons would be to rephrase to public safety, which also in my mind includes emergency preparedness. Public safety, comma, wellness, ampersand, belonging.
I'll second.
I did want to make room for other, yeah, I'll put the motion on the table, then we can talk about it. Yeah, I move
Okay.
public safety, comma, wellness, ampersand, belonging.
Vicky?
Yes, thank you. Appreciate you putting public safety in there up front in that phrasing. I suggested that earlier because, well, for two reasons. One, I think it is really high on everybody's mind these days and this year, and our addressing it is really going to be important to our community. And I think phrasing it as public safety really does implicate the departments and staff and services represented by our chiefs back there. So whether it's OES or a fire department or the police department, and I think right now there's a longing for council to really support them. They are excellent today, but we can always be better, and there are increased awareness and demands that I think we should be very visibly supporting. And the second reason was it's top of mind for me because I served this year on the League of California Cities Public Safety Committee and was in a room 2 days ago with public safety officials from throughout the state, including from Southern California, and other council members grappling with this around the state. And when you really drill down as some of the specific needs and interfaces, I think it is something we really need to visibly support. And it's something that doesn't stop at our borders, right? What we do in Palo Alto is going to affect our surrounding communities, and what they do affects us. And I think that, intentionally thinking about that this year is important. With respect to the wellness and belonging pieces, I remember well the conversation last year, because that's when we added wellness and belonging, and we kind of went back and forth on, is wellness a subset of health? Is health a subset of wellness? And I'm happy to report that the experts disagree, because in anticipation of this conversation, yesterday I went and read some of these definitions, because Julie and I share that our fathers were public health professionals. And so I kind of like the connotation of public health, because I think people really recognize that. But that said, I'm fine with wellness. Wellness is a little bit more of what we do. I guess I was raised to think of public health in a holistic way, but I do think many residents might see it more on the physical health side. I also think belonging is important to call out expressly, because wellness got in there, I think, because I suggested belonging last year and we had a discussion. And I think that's a little different. It really means making people feel included, feel heard, feel seen. And it obviously leads to increased health and wellness and safety. But I think last year it was really important to intentionally focus on that. And I think we're not far enough along yet to omit that. So, thank you.
Others? George?
And just quick thought. So the intention would still be that Cubberley would fall under this priority under the auspices of wellness and or belonging. Okay, I see some nods. I think that's fine.
I mean, a community
It's
center.
Cubberley, yeah. Yeah, it's so many things, and I think it can fall under here.
Is that all? Okay, Pat?
I'll just note that I think Coverly is a good example of something. Yes, we can say it belongs here and here, but it's a priority whether it's a program priority, even if it doesn't fall neatly within one of these categories. And then on the public safety, I think in the community there are several different aspects to it. We have the priority of trying to fund and implement full water coverage at all fire stations. We have the concerns, including in the downtown area, where that public safety very much impacts the ability to achieve our retail vitality that we just talked about. And then I just wanted to add one other note on the wildland protection, which is kind of a refrain that I've pushed to our agencies and Stanford and others, is that throughout the state, the communities that are leading in this area tend to develop plans based upon whether they're incremental improvements on their previous plans, and compare their adequacy in that way, and compare their adequacy next to their neighbors. Are their plans as good or better than their neighbors? And that's kind of a traditional way of thinking. But the more appropriate way is, how does the plan compare to the actual risks and consequences? And that sheds an entirely different light on how deep this plan should be. And I just want to put that out there for how we think about what's going to be adequate on that particular area. And when we look at what, in Southern California or here, we actually have one of the strongest plans of any community. But I think none of the communities are close to adequate in terms of
their prevention levels, their early detection. And we're making, I want to say, we have been making progress in all these areas. But we still need to be able to say, but is it adequate? So it's prevention and detection, coordinated response and leveraging those resources, and all the myriad of recovery elements to them. It's massive. So I just want to put that out there for everybody to keep noodling it.
Julie?
I want to thank Pat for that. Also want to add that it was, somebody made the point that, belonging, I think Vicky, you made the point that belonging impacts our mental health. Certainly lack of belonging would harm it and facilitates our wellness. I want to say, in addition to that, the belonging helps foster civic participation. When we look at the question of, 600 survey respondents in a city of 60,000, who's participating, who's speaking, who's showing up, who's not? An element of that is, do they want to hear my voice? Do I know my voice is valued? This gets back to, do I feel a sense of belonging here? So I think I'm really happy that we have, this item that is really far-reaching: public safety, wellness, and belonging. For me, all three get to this existential sense of, am I okay here? Am I okay? Period.
If there are no other comments, we can go to a vote on this one.
And Madam Clerk, that second is Councilmember Stone.
Thank you. All right, taking the vote. Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Lipcott Heems.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so we have priorities for 2025. Don't we send up some fireworks or something, Madam Clerk? Fireworks right now. That's the good news. The bad news is we're running about an hour behind.
Yeah.
But we're right at the lunch hour as scheduled for now, and I think we're ready. Sam, we are ready back there? All right. City Clerk's office has got lunch for everybody.
Yes, lunch
Yes.
is ready. Sorry, Mayor, to interrupt you. Just wanted to make sure you saw on the screen here are your 2025 council priorities. There's the fireworks.
So we will reconvene right at 12:30 and jump into what's called the initial discussion of 2025 strategic objectives. Did I say that wrong?
Well, did you mean 1 o'clock, or did you really want to give folks 5 minutes?
No, no, no. I was hoping we were on time. No, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
And so we'll be picking up item number 5, beginning to talk about these. And we say beginning because, as always, this starts where we're putting out probably the weighted objectives, if you want to call it that, the most important. And then staff comes back to us with a much larger list. So we'll get to that right after the quick lunch break. Thank you. The agenda, and I emphasize the first word, is the initial discussion of 25 objectives. So this is the list from last year. This is what we're looking at. This is the first stage of it, and the city manager is going to speak about what the next phases are going to be. So,
Yes,
go ahead.
thank you, Mayor. Let's see, first off, as it's just pointed out, this is an initial pass, given that you've now set your priorities. On February 24th, we've got on your upcoming city council agenda, the opportunity for staff to bring back a first cut of actual objectives, whether it be what we've affectionately called the placemat list of objectives, hopefully less than 70, but we shall see. And also note that with your comments today, ultimately staff will need to take a look at what we believe we can accomplish in that time frame that then leads to your discussion on the 24th. So want to plant that seed. And I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't acknowledge that part of the issue of what can be accomplished is really based on resources, or whether it be staff resources, financial resources, partners, and the like. So with that, next slide, please. And oops, huh. What slide are we on? Let's go. I think my version is a little different. That one. Okay, good. Just since part of the discussion you just had noted really the question of how the objectives are phrased and defined for the calendar year versus some of which, many of which will actually extend beyond the calendar year. Just wanted to note that our convention up until this point on the last couple of years that we've been doing these objectives has been really to use this framework of SMARTY, and particularly the time bound. So we have phrased things in a way that do reflect this 1 year time period, and consequently, some of the objectives just get started as opposed to actually being completed. So that said, the convention is entirely up for discussion, and we can take your direction as to what feels right in terms of how things should be phrased, and whether things that are merely getting started at the end of the calendar year should be listed at all or listed differently. So again, open to how the council would like to proceed with that. And with that, Mayor, back to you.
Okay, so again, this is initial. We probably have to limit this to about 35 or 40 minutes to try to get back to our ending time reasonably close, because we still have to do organized for effectiveness, which is substantially around the committee discussion. So what I think we should do is have each of us kind of weigh in, and maybe staying with this weighting term that we talked about earlier, is itemize the most important things that you want to find on this filled out sheet when we're done for each of the objectives as a first pass. And depending on time, we can do a second pass, again, recognizing that eventually this comes back to us for iterations. That said, I think last year we had to do at least 2, maybe 3 iterations after we left this meeting in our normal council meeting, which makes those extremely long. So if we can be efficient and prioritized and weighting, that's probably the way to go. So I'll just open it up for whoever want to chat, and let's just do it on all of the strategic objectives, not just one at a time. Okay, seeing no lights. Oops, there's some lights. Here we go. Keith?
Okay. So this is projects that we think we want to see on the list. That's what you're asking for?
Yeah, these are the staff has always used the word objectives for this. Ed and Ed said these are strategic objectives, not one-offs like fix the stop sign on California Ave, but bigger things like a thorough update of California Ave is what would be on here. And there are tactics below that.
Okay. So the ones that I see that have the big time constraints are first San Antonio, where we put a lot of housing down there. We really need to have both bike lanes and parks planned down there. And we need to do that before things are built. And so I think that planning has to be very quick. Coverly, we have a year and a half till election, so there's a lot of work we have to do to prep for that. Retail, we don't want to lose critical mass, and so not only maintaining retail, but improving the retail is going to be critical. So those are really tight timeframes, but then we also have things with not quite as rigid timeframes, but very urgent, which is flood protection and wildfire protection. Both those are critical. And then we have our other ones that are important: affordable housing, climate and continued electrification, and bike ped, and particularly the bike ped crossings at Seal and or El Carmelo. And also right sizing our police and fire. We have Station 4 we mentioned, and PERT, and other types of, are there hirings that need to be done in those departments?
Others? Matt?
Yeah, well, first I want to revisit the titling and the format. I don't think strategic objectives is really the right way. These are programs and initiatives. An objective, I would say, would be a higher level than these lists of very important and more specific programs. Second, I would like to see the formatting have boxes to check where a given program that we might list under one priority helps fulfill other priorities. So columns, vertical columns that would allow that. Lastly, on the formatting, over on the far right, we have these asterisks, single asterisk. Down the bottom, you'll see estimated completion date and the revised estimated completion, and then two asterisks say it's going to go to 2025. Well, let's put a column for this year's that is 2026, if it's the completion date, even if it's not quarter by quarter in 2026. And then one of the things on the commercial corridors is I was surprised to see that we had, almost 2 years ago, have been told, well, we can't have a permanent closure on Cal Ave until we go through the CEQA process on that. And then I saw that we're just launching that. No, was that a mistake? It was reported that way?
We are actually coming forward with the CEQA clearance in March, I believe, to City
Okay,
Council.
I think the report said it was initiated somewhere.
I think
All
it
right.
may have been the phrase initial study or something to that effect, but
Good.
it does reflect
Okay,
clearance.
thank you. One of the things that I would add, well, number 9 under commercial corridors downtown Cal Ave, it says advance build out of fiber phase 1 with grid mod. That's not in the commercial corridors downtown or Cal Ave. That's a different area of the city for a different purpose. And I think it was an important project looking for a home. And so if it's a grid mod, then maybe you put it down under the climate initiatives, but just a note there. And then one of the things that I'd like to see under kind of our economic development is promote and advance our core assets of being a center of technology and innovation. And at a subsequent time, I can talk more about what that might involve. But, we have throughout the community accelerators and incubators, which are really where the next generation of companies are coming about. And we don't have a real identity as being a center for that. So outside of the pure retail aspect, I'd say that's important. The airport master plan, is that coming back to the council? Because I had heard it's kind of on pause, but on pause supposedly because of council action, but that wasn't
the council direction. And the current concern I heard was that even if we don't want to do the runway expansion, there are other things that like the tower replacement and things like that are dependent on the master plan going forward, and we might jeopardize not being in line for that funding if we don't proceed with the plan. Once again, today, we don't have time to go into a deep discussion. I just want to get it on the table. I will say that on the bike and ped master plan, I have a real concern that it's proceeding without really the knowledge of context that is so important. And we have payback, safe routes to school, and then our planning and transportation commissions, who all could have really meaningful input on that, in particular, payback and safe routes to school. My understanding is that they've either just had or are going to have a meeting where there'd just be a formal input, as opposed to a workshop where they sit down and go through area by area and have this meaningful input. And so that is even more granular than these, but I want to get it out on the table related to what we have received as a very important priority on our bike and ped master plan and is it Project Zero? I'm sorry, I've got the wrong Vision Zero. So I guess do we have the Vision Zero listed specifically? And what that entails? Is that
I don't believe it's specifically listed in last year's, but again, that could be part of our consideration bringing it forward for this.
Okay, so, and the bike and ped plan would be a very fundamental part of that, I assume. And I just want to make sure that the real community stakeholders who have expertise and deep knowledge of the context of the community are really being engaged with in a very material and substantive way, as opposed to periodic input. Okay. One of the things that I don't know that it fits here, I was just talking with some of the members of the staff, is as the uses of AI in local government are starting to be understood, even if they're very fluid and changing. As we talked about efficiencies in our use of our resources, this is something that I think already has a great potential fraught with landmines. But cities are having these discussions, and among cities, it's starting to emerge. And we right now, I think, could be having greater staff efficiency through appropriate use of AI based upon how far it's advanced and what we can trust. But for things like drafts and research, it's a great starting point. It's not an ending point to blindly trust. But I think we really should have that as a deliberate part of efficiency improvements to try to create the resources that we're going to need to be able to do everything else we want to do. And this is one of the few areas where I think we can squeeze more out of less. And I don't say that as someone who is blindly enthusiastic about it. Eyes wide open. One of the things that I think Vicky had talked about, but a need for, and I don't know where that would show up on this list, but I want to get out on the table, a need for representatives on the council who are on regional bodies for there to be a more strategic relationship and interaction with our staff members. I had an occasion on on the Bay Conservation and Development Commission and the Regional Shoreline Plan, and at a joint conference with our extremely capable staff who have done a great initiative on that. And as we were going back and forth on negotiating with BCDC staff, I asked to get a briefing on their next feedback, and they said, oh no, we can't give that to you without explicit authorization. And I can tell you in all the other regional agencies, those briefings are routine and they empower. And I think we have to have a policy where it's understood that that is by default the way we function, as opposed to by exception or by permission. And I appreciate that by all means, the city manager should be in the loop on those, but not that our staff, that we have to go through some process to get a briefing and get caught off guard when we're trying to represent the city. And that often happens, I can tell you. Under the CIP, one of the things a few years ago, as we were kind of struggling with our budget, I came to understand, I assume this is still the case, but correct me if this has been changed, that if we had an item on this, the 5-year CIP plan for the next upcoming year, and we said, you know, we don't want to proceed on that this year because we want to elevate something else. This happened with the Charleston corridor, for instance. The process at that time was it didn't move that project that we didn't do this year, it didn't move to the next year, and something in year 5 moves to year 6. It dropped off the 5-year program. And I never understood that logic. If that's been changed, great. But if it hasn't, I think that's a policy change that's quite important. And one other thing, and it's in our procedures, but we have inconsistencies on our different committees, whether they're standing committees or ad hocs, the degree to which the key staff liaison systematically confers and determines the agenda for the committee in collaboration with the chair of the committee. It can't be the chair and vice chair because then we'd have a majority of the committee, unfortunately. But we just need to strengthen that and make sure that that is necessarily the practice. Some liaisons are great at it and others less so. Well, that's quite a few things for a first cut. So let me give the floor back.
I'll share a couple of quick thoughts. I might also need to come back for a second round. So I think the story for Vision Zero is that coming out of the safe systems or safe streets plan, the expectation is that council will likely adopt a Vision Zero goal. And I think the timeline is potentially 2035, potentially 2040. But I think either way, the expectation is that we will be put on a clock. And so I think an objective to formally adopt a Vision Zero goal and then start engineering projects or applying for grants or otherwise building the roadmap for how we accomplish that is important. You know, I'm not sure what level of a work stream that rises to, but it could potentially look like our climate goals where we have year by year deliverables that we want to accomplish in order to get to Vision Zero. On retail, there are a lot of important objectives to carry over. I recall from our retail consultant that one of the high impact long-term projects was to refactor a bunch of places in our zoning code where the interpretability in it, where there was room for interpretation and ambiguity or maybe even conflicts, I think. So that was proposed as a heavy lift. Hopefully there's some parts, some tweaks that are much lighter lifts that are beyond the scope of the changes we've already approved on council. But I'd be curious to see if we can get that long-term project or any other long-term recommendations from the consultant kicked off next year or this year. Top of mind, one other long-term item that I think the consultant mentioned was parking flexibility. Like if you are let's say florist right now and you want to add a cafe, or vice versa, adding a use or changing a use in some subtle way could change your parking minimums and could prevent you from making these pivots or making your business more interesting and things like that. So I think parking flexibility, long-term zoning changes are top of mind for me, but there are probably other things that we've studied and recommended for longer-term work. Otherwise, just agree with Keith's comments. San Antonio is on a clock. Coverly is on a clock. Our climate goals, of course, are on the clock. And so those are areas where we should have very clear and aggressive objectives, I believe.
Greer?
Said, so on, I guess, our public safety goal, I'd like to see under there us let's see, I think fully staffing, or at least working with the fire department to make sure that they have the resources necessary for Station 4, have an engine with water, and to be fully staffed. Again, like to see us work closer with regional partners with regards to fire mitigation and risk in the foothills. Don't know. Originally under our climate change in 2024, we had flood protection issues there that are continuing. So want to make sure that we continue the focus on coordination with the SFCJPA, investing in the Reach 2 project. Again, I think we're going to need to make sure that we are identifying funding sources and what the budget is going to be for that project. Continued prioritization of the Newell Bridge replacement is going to be critical as we work towards that. Under our, I guess, yeah, I mean, still under the category of public safety, wellness, and belonging. I still like that phrase of social infrastructure, and kind of, I think, a greater investment in seeing how are we expanding that social infrastructure. I'd like to see us be able to offer additional community events and opportunities for neighbors to get to be able to know each other. I know, I think this past year we did hire an event coordinator. Don't quite know what that position is, but to see how we can assist in that. And then under climate change, I do think one of the public speakers mentioned a focus on extreme heat. I think that would be a good thing to look into, maybe for our SCAP ad hoc. And sorry, seeing if I missed anything. Oh, then I think important too that we continue the work that we started in, well, that we've been doing for a while, but really made some incredible progress in 2024 on mental health, in particular youth mental health. I know we have that listed under here. 65 increased support and funding for youth mental health. I think that's a goal that should continue. And again, appreciate everything staff has done to be able to advance so many of those. But there's still a lot of things coming up this year that want to make sure that we don't lose sight of those goals and continue to have some momentum there. I think though that's what I've got so far.
Vicky?
Sure. So I agree with what I've heard so far, so I will not repeat those things, except I do want to underscore a couple of things and add one or two. And I'm just going to focus in first on the climate area. I think generally want to make sure that we keep as a priority and really underscore as our ongoing priority, enhancing our electric grid. And we obviously have our pilot program underway for modernization, and we've been looking at reliability and resiliency. We're looking at funding, we're looking at we're doing all that. But I do think that the safety aspects of that have been lifted up recently, and we need to keep in mind the increased demand that we're, encouraging. And obviously, the climate benefits of electrification. So all of that is just sort of a sub-priority of climate that manifests in many different of the objectives I see here. But I think making sure we really have the means to accomplish the goal through our management of our grid is just going to be a huge thing for this next year. We've already talked about sea level rise response, and we did make progress on that last year. And I just think that is such a critical piece. It's natural environment, it's people's personal property, or the real estate that's near there in coming years with sea level rise. That the response and adaptation to that are just, again, something that with the RSAT process and BCDC's work, we really need to keep front of mind. Oh, and I should just say, even a footnote to my grid piece is I'm very excited about the whole home electrification program. I think that generally our continued support for that and getting that fully launched this year is going to be a big asset to our community reaching its goals. And I think supporting that, as we did with the heat pump water heater program, is going to be very important. And finally, under climate, just a +1 to what has been said about the bike ped plans and Vision Zero, which of course, I agree with Pat, falls under many categories, this, climate, housing, public safety, all of that. So regardless of the reason, it's something I think that there's general support for, and we need to really move forward on in 2025. And then I'll just hit one other of our 4 and just a couple items under it. So back to the public safety piece. I would say, again, just as a general priority, just ensuring fire safety. That includes the wildfire prevention efforts that we see, the community wildfire protection plan, et cetera, staffing up our stations, working with other agencies, all of that. And we as a council supporting that and making sure that there are sufficient resources in terms of staffing and equipment, et cetera, is a broad category under that I think really needs to be focused on this year. And similarly, promoting that sense of safety that we desire and are appreciative of in our community by increasing the efforts to reduce retail and residential theft and break-ins. So even though we are the safest community in California, safest suburb, I believe it is, we can always do more because it's that sense of safety as much as the statistics that we want to make sure the public knows we support. So those are 2 big categories. On that last one, I think that continuing to provide education on best practices to avoid becoming a victim of crime is a subcategory that perhaps we can do alongside the mayor's emphasis on communications. So, thank you.
Julie?
Thank you, Ed. I'll just weigh in here with my sense of what matters most from my perspective. Agree with many of my colleagues on what's been said. Top of mind for me is our focus on housing in El Camino, San Antonio, downtown. Really excited to see that San Antonio specific plan. Keith alluded to the importance of San Antonio having bike and ped lanes and parks. I would add trees. We're essentially making room for a whole new community there, and we want it to happen in a coherent way, which takes, a lot of effort in that planning, but will so pay off for us in the long run. In addition to these focus areas, I want to raise the concern about our vacant/ghost houses. We hear time and time again from community members that there are homes in their neighborhoods that nobody's living in, and that, harms us in so many ways. We need, people in homes to look out for issues of safety. We need people living in homes to support that local, grocery store and other businesses. If people in homes have kids, then they're supporting our schools. Like, homes are for humans. They're the extent to which Palo Alto real estate has become, a prime asset to invest in and flip should be of concern to all of us who are not doing that and would rather homes contribute to the vitality of our lived community. I hope we'll continue our efforts to protect renters as we think about housing more broadly. Coverly, excited to see staff and our consultants leading a robust, inclusive process that will make a compelling case to the voters that this is a worthy investment that will serve our community through much of this century. But clear urgency there with a planned ballot initiative in 2026. Time is of the essence. Agree that bike ped Vision Zero is essential as we transition to fewer cars, more walking and biking and micro transportation. We're really helping our community think about transportation differently. And that's just got to be built into everything that we do. Retail vitality, further zoning changes, addressing the vacancies in our two downtowns and enhancing the cleanliness. All of this is underway, and I just hope we will continue with the velocity there that these issues warrant. We hear so much on flood protection from folks impacted near Newell and Pope Chaucer, and there is the perception that this issue does not have the attention it deserves, and those folks, particularly if they were there back 25 years ago when those floods happened, they are urging us to not let our eye off that ball, and I know they want to be heard and they want to see that maintained as a priority. As well as wildfire protection. We all know that that's coming, that we've been spared recently. I like Pat's idea of promoting and enhancing our status as the center of technological innovation. Really think about that from, a visitor center to an app that walks you through the historical ways, the historical nature of this city's involvement in tech and beyond. Pop-ups in our retail vacancies that might demonstrate we are a place where technological innovation is still very much a part of who we are. I just really like drawing attention to that part of our identity. I like Greer's allusion to the term social infrastructure, which was mentioned by a member of the public in the survey, as a beautiful term to define the ways in which we're trying to build and strengthen community. I've never played pickleball, but I have to tell you, based on the community comments live and in the survey, it is clear that this is transforming society in positive ways. And it is important that we pay attention to these trends and the demands on the various services. I'm not going to say tennis has been eclipsed by pickleball. I'm sure I'll hear from people if I say that, which I think I might have just said, but I think we have to pay attention to these trends and be willing to invest in where the people are and where the people are wanting to go. Mental health of all populations remains a high priority for me and all of us I know. Supporting the unhoused population and addressing the concerns about how unhoused people and their presence may be negatively impacting business and quality of residential life. This is an issue that will come to a head soon in our community. You can feel it. It has been raised today. I know that staff is planning to bring something forward for us shortly. And I think it's going to require some real reckoning and a solution-oriented thinking. And that's going to be hard, but it is imperative that we have this conversation, that we do it well. And finally, I will add that PERT, which is that beautiful, beautiful connection between law enforcement and psychological support. I know our PERT team has not been up and running for a couple of years because we have not been able to replace the psychotherapist person, the psychologist. And I hope we will find a way to not just have one per team, but a couple. I'd like to see that fully staffed 24/7. Because we know that when law enforcement works in partnership with people who have that expertise in those psychological interventions, that's when we truly serve the community. It's good for law enforcement and it's good for the community. And I hope we'll figure out how to attract people to that position. And that's it for me. Thank you.
I have a lot of plus ones that I won't go into. But I want to start with public safety and the look at staffing again to make sure that the fire staff is where we need it for everything, including the wildfires, possible new engine, and just everything there. I mean, I've said this many times before, public safety is our most important obligation as a local government. And we have to make that happen. I think it starts with fire and police and emergency services. In that regard also, I think it was last year, we were supposed to have a new traffic team on board, but I understand that we don't really have those 3 officers yet. 2 of them. Chief says 2 of them. Okay. All right. Okay, great. So that was a prelude to saying there's a lot of speeding out there that we're hearing about and that I'm on Embarcadero all the time, which a lot of these surveys referred to. I don't always go 24 miles an hour, but I don't do 48 and 55 as is happening there. So, I think we could get a lot of revenue in a week by arresting a lot of people there and making a point that would be covered. Our reporter just left, but we'd be that we get some visibility on, we are going to do this. We are going to stop you if you're speeding. So that's just a tactical way of looking at, the sort of the strategic opportunities there. And then I'm skipping a lot of check one plus ones here. Don't want to skip doing a plus one of youth mental health. We don't want to back off of anything in that regard. And just adding one word to what Vicky said about the importance of coming up with electrification programs. The word I want to emphasize is with subsidies, because the only way that this is going to happen citywide over the next few years is if we're helping people as a city buy these very expensive things so that they can move off of gas and onto electricity. So that's starting to work really well on the heat pumps for hot water. I'm a user, love it. It's even a remote control now. I just press one button and it really works. But we need to be able to help people fund that, starting, I think, with domestic, maybe not. Maybe we should start with commercial, but that's just a one crucial add that I know that was included in your comment. But and then just want to underscore that just because we don't have the word transportation in our priorities, we're going to find ways to do these transportation things within the existing priorities. Stating the obvious, but for any of the public listening or reading, we're going to get those done. And then I would just also offer that there's some things that we should look at potentially de-emphasizing based on what we now know to help get this list a little bit shorter. And for example, based on some research and changes and so on that we've seen on grade crossings, we may be able to scale back on that or slow down on that. We'll see how that comes through. And we've got some other projects out in preliminary engineering. So in this year, that may not mean we need as many staff and council resources. I'm just using that as an example. I'm not holding it up as a given, but it's the kind of thing that we all should look at, because as we said at the beginning, everything can't be a top priority. It's just by definition. Okay, anything else? Or if you missed it on the first round, again, this is just the beginning. We'll get a couple shots at this.
Okay.
Pat, did you have a question?
Thanks.
Or comments?
Yeah, thanks. First, just looping back on the active transportation, and I just want to make sure that when we look at the benefits of it and which boxes we check, think about its favorable impacts on reducing parking and traffic, on community health, on and that is really physical and mental health, on the environment, both atmospheric pollutions and our greenhouse gases, and even how it helps promote our local economy and retail economy, really through enabling more parking availability and less traffic. We have the AB 413, which is the new state law on curb painting, and I saw a claim by a member of the public that they had received feedback from city staff in the fall that we had no intention of doing that. City manager, where do we stand on that?
That is not accurate. It is a work in progress, but I will need to get you more details on what is happening.
Okay, because we haven't had any update on it. And what I would advocate is that we look at highest priority, and a lot of that is things like crossing of bike boulevards and other key safe routes to school intersections, because we're not going to be able to do it everywhere at once. We're probably not going to choose to paint red every curb that is prohibited by that law from parking. But let's look at what would be our highest priorities first. One of the things we talked on really this deep dive on our use of consultants and the many millions of dollars per year we use. One of the questions for the council really is, in addition to the internal staff review of that's already occurring at the instigation of the finance committee, should the city auditor have a supplemental approach to it? And that's maybe something to refer to Policy and Services Committee. Another item that we, at our last council meeting, talked about referring to Policy and Services, and I'd like to have us do today, is the suicide prevention policy, and to make sure that that update is done in collaboration with our incredible community resources of folks who have real expertise and stakeholder engagement and those with lived experience in this. And then on the wildfire issue, I think, I don't know, a year and a half or 2 years ago, we had an update from staff with what's the consciousness now. I think it would really behoove us to have a study session and us to more deeply understand what's in the program and what opportunities there are. One of the areas that was particularly important to me is not only I've heard that we are really moving forward on some new advanced technologies that are tremendous in improving detection and early response. But collaboration, the county is now taking over from CAL FIRE in the South County, and I don't know how that will affect us, but that may be an improvement. But there was a joint interagency planning that's been going on, but it was limited to within Santa Clara County. And half of what matters to us is in San Mateo County and even Santa Cruz. On the CIP report, I was going through the mid-year report, and I found a lot of things that really looked like they had just been carried over and they weren't contemporary updates on the status of the projects. And some of these projects were really categories of expenditures without going into what was in that category. It was kind of placeholder dollars more. Others were very specific on projects. And so I think as we look at our budgetary constraints and wanting to prioritize some even capital expenditures like a new fire truck, we need to more closely scrutinize, well, are there any of those CIP initiatives that could go a little slower to enable higher priority things going forward? Because we're not going to have, in all likelihood, additional dollars. And then one of the things that we've talked about is City Hall access and to really receive what is the plan for how we're going to achieve the City Hall access to the community and we would like. It may not be, we may not get everything we're hoping for, but to actually receive a plan for how we're going to go forward, including how we have City Hall Library really be welcoming and pleasant and tolerable for the members of the public to be there in, because we have problems there. And then lastly, on the downtown safety issues related to a minority of our unhoused population. So I think a lot of us have wanted to see if we could align the Life Moves project coming online with really being stronger in asserting that people respond to that. And if they don't and are engaging in unacceptable or illegal conduct, that we would really ramp up that enforcement. Unfortunately, that project's not going to come online for as soon as we had hoped. It's still going to be there. It's going to be great. But we have just too many instances and too much of a concern by businesses, prospective retailers who are turned off by this, of not only theft and drug dealing and drug use, but occasional violence, abusive conduct, unsafe actions of fire safety, public health issues, and how it affects our economic development and how it affects the entire community's perspective on the performance of city staff and the city council. It reflects on all of us in a way that is important when we seek public support for other things. And we wish that merely compassion would be a solution to these problems, but not all of the unhoused are those who are merely ones that are needing help, seeking help, welcoming help, and willing to participate in it. We have bad apples as well. And I feel that we've gone too far in turning a blind eye or thinking that merely compassion or lack of tough love is benefiting the people that we would hope to benefit. And so I think we really need to look at how we recalibrate and assure that we're striking the right balance, which is one that is a combination of our value structure of caring about the unhoused in the community and supporting them through all the programs that we have and are working on, and caring about the sense of safety for residents, visitors, and businesses. Thanks.
Okay, so with that, I think we'll put a pin in it and wait for the 24th.
24th, yes.
Right.
All right, very good.
And I'm sure you're happy to take individual emails should somebody remember something.
Certainly. I think there was quite a basket
but we'll
there.
go with it.
But that's it. Any thoughts that folks remembered, meant to include? Happy to receive those.
Okay, so why don't you start with the next item, Ed?
Okay, yep, absolutely. Let's go to, I've got slide 29, but let's see what we've got. Where you are, Maya. A little further, one more. There we are. Okay, organizing for, yes, okay. So just to tee up council discussion on, again, this topic of organizing for effectiveness, wanted to share a few thoughts from staff. Next slide, please. And as I'm sure we all know, this will include discussion of your committees and ad hoc committees. We thought this might also be somewhat appropriate time to talk about the liaisons and, to a certain extent, the time commitments that you as individual council members have to devote in order to meet your council duties. That said, I also want to acknowledge that there's some tension in this topic. And let me just illustrate a couple of dimensions to that. One is from a staff perspective, what might be seen as production of the work, getting things done versus the reporting of the work. And believe it or not, it takes quite a bit of time to put together reports and to get those reports to you and in a manner that meets everyone's expectations. There also is a tension between individual interests to dive deep on particular topics, and then our organizational interests and how that can affect our effectiveness as an organization to meet the bundle, the cumulative expectations of production. So here on this slide, just posing the questions of how these committees or what committees would best advance your priorities and support council's efficiency and effectiveness to the extent that committees might not be necessary. A couple of thoughts here is a designation of liaisons in topic areas as opposed to establishing committees such as, and actually this may relate more to which organizations or how you organize liaison assignments, since our current roster has been developed over many years in a variety of circumstances to potentially here assign a liaison to a topic area such as senior living communities rather than individual organizations. I believe we have one of the senior living communities as an example that has a liaison. And as well as you talk about committees, to consider combining topics under either an existing standing committee or one of your ad hocs. Next slide, please. And then here, just a few suggestions for consideration as you get into your discussion of ad hocs. A few thoughts and principles, again, perhaps straw men, as they say, for you to consider and provide alternative perspectives as you choose. First, that ad hocs do facilitate efficient council meetings by vetting complex type topics in advance, as is the case with your standing committees. If you have unanimous approval at a committee on an item or unanimous recommendation for approval, then the item will go on your consent calendar when it comes to the full council. Second, that priorities and assignments, including ad hoc missions, as was described last year, can be made by the full council. Then that does ensure transparent management of resources as opposed to what could become somewhat unwieldy if individual committees are making assignments. Third, ad hoc recommendations would proceed directly to full council. For example, if you had two ad hocs that touch on similar topics, that you would not have them either meet jointly or have an item referred between the two, that would actually raise some Brown Act issues. And then finally, suggestion that recommendations from ad hocs would be developed in public. I know in 2024, several of our ad hocs were more informal and did not use Brown Act protocols. And as such, recommendations were developed outside of the public eye. And to the extent that those committee recommendations are made publicly, it gives the opportunity for stakeholders to weigh in. So those are just a few thoughts for your consideration. Next slide, please. And then with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you with the basic question of how the council envisions these ad hocs advancing your priorities and general organization.
Well, ultimately, you want to go through the major committees sort of individually.
Well, the basic question is, so which ad hocs do you feel are needed going into 25? Your staff report makes the bold suggestion that your committees not exceed your number of priorities, and that would allow us to, again, focus the material as well as provide more predictability. I think last year we had 7. We actually may have exceeded that while recognizing that things will come up and you will want some flexibility, perhaps to add one if things like a Cubberley negotiation or a El Camino Real negotiation with Caltrans were to come up. So that the basic question is, so what are your ad hocs for 25 or committees overall?
Yeah, it's one of the committees overall because we're sort of fixed right now on finance and E&S as two solid ones. But then there's been evolution in a couple of ones, for example, rail, and then retail is kind of in flux. It was an ad hoc and now it's a regular committee. I believe we shifted that. Or no, it's an ad hoc with Brown Act.
Correct. It's
Yeah.
an ad hoc in the sense that it is temporary and subject to revisiting, whether it's needed in an ongoing way. It did follow Brown Act procedures.
Right.
It may be worth repeating that, Mayor, if you don't mind, because I think it is a source of some confusion that we have both. We have ad hoc committees that are subject to the Brown Act and other ad hoc committees that are not subject to the ad hoc or to the Brown Act. And that's been a choice by the council and one that we'd like to reconcile, and quite frankly, really move them to all to the Brown Act protocols to the extent that we can.
Yes, and we've been through it before, but the other thing I was going to emphasize was, and if I get any of this wrong, Molly, you can correct. But essentially, to keep it simple, ad hoc committees are formed for a specific charter for a given year to solve particular issues. And when those issues are solved, the committee should essentially dissolve and or redefine its mission because it's shifted for the next year. And I know that's a summary, but is that close?
It works if you want to use that formulation. The terms ad hoc and standing do not exist in state law. So really, when we're asking ourselves whether we're required to follow Brown Act procedures, we don't look at those labels. We look at what the group is intended to do. And groups of council members that meet for a specific and limited purpose. For example, a great example is last year's limited work with Caltrans on the repaving project and bike infrastructure on El Camino Real. That does qualify for a choice to not meet in public. But any group that meets with a continuing jurisdiction over a group of related topics, is required and should follow Brown Act procedures.
Those are two very good examples. And looking at this year, obviously the first one is definitely no longer necessary, but retail is a big deal. So we need some close, contact on that. Should we have it? The first question is, should we have that happening at committee level versus council? And if the answer is yes, then how do we manage it? So, that's a place to start if council members want to weigh in on that as our first example. Any comments? Maybe somebody that was on retail? Yeah, Pat?
Well, I think that's a good example. We basically last year had two that were of a more focused, limited duration that come to my mind. The El Camino Real, which just was 3 months and done pretty much. And then the Coverly on the land negotiation, although we may have a need for a Coverly to move forward on the project development and the bond proposal. We have the SCAP, the rail, the retail, and the Stanford. And the notion that we should necessarily correlate the number to the number of priorities, I don't get that nexus. The notion that we should be trying to limit this to the degree we can and strike an appropriate balance, I think is entirely appropriate, as well as that these other 5, or at least 4 of them, I think really are appropriate to be Brown Acted. The Coverly, the SCAP, the rail, and the retail. The Stanford is a less formal, where we're not, taking actions and staff reports in the same way, but it is opening the door to communication and collaboration, and then certain things are then coming to the council for full council consideration as a result of that. So that.
What were the first 3? You went pretty quickly.
First 4.
Retail.
The retail, the SCAP in some form, rail, and then a new Coverly, which would be potentially focused on the Coverly plan and bringing forward a bond measure.
But that one's narrow enough that Perhaps it could be a new ad hoc.
It could. It
Focus
legally,
narrowly.
if it, was for a short duration, a specific period of time, potentially it could. Molly cringed at that, so she may want to wade in.
I'm trying not to look to the right. I'm focusing on what you had to say.
Yeah, so I would encourage us to kind of look at what are the purposes of those 5 and how we might want to structure them. First, what are the purposes? Do we want to keep them in some form? And if so, what form?
Keith?
The trade-off between council and ad hoc or subcommittee is if you're gonna have a lot of public comment, that's very time consuming for the council. And so I think in that case, you'd want to shrink it down. You don't want the council to listen to all that. I mean, they can, but it'd be very time consuming. The trade-off though is that then you have a messenger and that you're relying on that subcommittee to accurately digest that and report that to the main council.
Julie?
I love the fact that we've made use of ad hocs to be more nimble as council members and ensure that people's expertise and interest area are channeled toward, development of good policy. So on the flip side, I know that staff has been feeling overwhelmed by the number of ad hocs and I'm getting looks. I also don't want to look in that direction. We very much appreciate and respect the fact that this is creating a procedural time and effort burden on y'all. So I'm really struggling with how to reconcile that because I do feel that just for example, the bike lanes in El Camino, what do we call it? The El Camino bike lanes ad hoc or, that got stuff done. It was incredible. And the housing ad hoc, that got stuff done. And the Cubberley real estate, it just feels as if we were able to move farther faster because of our ad hocs. I think we look back at last year's, like the slideshow and the, all the, the placemat of objectives that staff was able to pull off. It does feel like there's such momentum and velocity, which is exciting. We don't want that to come at the expense of staff health and wellness. And time. We don't want to be fomenting burnout as we try to achieve objectives. But I really grew quite enamored of the ad hoc process as a way to be faster and nimble and not burden the council agenda with matters. But rather let a small group of council figure it out and then bring it to council. So I'm struggling with a reduction in them, even as I respect the fact that the process feels to be, too much for staff to handle. My concern with lumping them, like some of our standing committees could take them on. What we get with ad hocs is people with expertise and interests say, I'd really like to be a part of that. I think if we rolled it up to standing committees, we're going to have different folks who may have little interest or expertise on a particular ad hoc topic who find themselves, having to be the ones to wade through it. So I'm not excited about that solution. The notion of ad hocs could be combined, it says in the staff report, packet page 10, for example, work and vision on Carberley could be combined with housing. And my first thought was, wait a minute, there's not gonna be any housing at Carberley. So how do those two things go together at all? Just because they're both buildings, housing and Carberley, like, is that why they were put together? I just saw that as an example of what we would lose with combination. Maybe fewer meetings to be sure, but I feel it would be losing coherence. That's it for me. Thank you.
Vicky?
Yes, thank you. This is a very big topic. We could spend many more hours than we have.
Not today.
But not today. So I will just name some categories and move on. No, because I think my knee-jerk reaction was much like Pat's in the sense that I feel like we need to figure out which committees, what topics do we think we need committees for? And then what kind of committees should those be? And I think that one of the suggestions made in the staff report is some of them could continue on, but meet less, quarterly maybe instead of monthly. I'm also curious about ways to take advantage of one of what I consider Palo Alto's biggest strengths, which is the expertise and engagement of our residents. I have just been wowed by the climate working group, and it has been tremendously helpful to us. And a lot of other agencies and bodies have citizens advisory committees, and I know those can be additional work too. But that's something that I think plays into this conversation and needs to be considered. I also find and then sort of as a different category of conversation, I find fascinating the possible guidance, but I think there's a whole lot to say and think through on that. And I don't know if we're going to get through today, but I'm fascinated by some of the suggestions on the slide from staff. And I also think that we should talk about liaisons and how to combine them in their role. But again, I don't know that we can get through all of that today. So just focusing back on the committees, because I think that's the most sort of urgent or high level issue. I agree with a lot of what's been said. I think that, yeah, I mean, it seems like we need sort of a refreshed Coverly. I agree that combining it with housing feels awkward to me. Rail, I don't know if it needs to meet as often. I don't know, though, that it fits in PNS, so maybe there's some way it stays independent. Climate, I think we are going great gangbusters, and I'd like to see that continue. And at this point, it's hard to know how that is time limited. So I think that not being Brown acted would be tough, and I would advocate that it should be. I will leave for those who are on retail, Stanford, and housing to give us advice as they have been doing on those. I could see arguments either way as to how that best serves the city. So I'm going to stop there for now until the discussion progresses.
Okay, I'd like to put a stake in the ground that committees that we need, figure out the word ad hoc in front of it or not, but probably not, are SCAP and retail and housing and Coverly. Rail, unless we want to get creative and try to make that part of housing, because it has to do with crossing, but it's also transportation. So then we have housing and transportation as a committee, and we're back to that. Not so terrible, housing and transportation. But that's the only thing I can see in terms of combination of what I'm seeing here, and I think that's a Hail Mary. So I would say SCAP, housing, Coverly, retail, and rail. And I wanted to ask about Stanford and maybe Coverly. Isn't it slightly different, legal opinion, when we have committee members from two sources? So it's not just an ad hoc of committee members, but I thought that the advice we got from your second in command suggested that it was a little different when there were people from two organizations together.
There's a clear rule on that. When there are people from two organizations together, that must be a Brown Act body. Let me put it the way the law puts it. In order to qualify for non-Brown Act, the group must consist of council members only. And it must be time limited for a limited purpose, single or limited purpose for a time limited period.
So on the, what about the schools committee?
Must be a Brown Act, and it is.
Okay. All right, good. Thanks for that clarification.
I'm sorry, Molly, I think there's a need for an additional clarification. You're saying our constituents of our Brown Act must be from only one agency, our council members only, you're saying?
So for any legislative body, which is the technical term, that includes the city council. If it creates a subordinate body and wishes not to follow Brown Act procedures, it needs to include only members of that body.
Okay, that's a better clarification than what we had before. And when we have, well, if it's I mean, the city school liaison committee, that is of two legislative bodies, and that necessarily, my understanding is when it's elected officials of two bodies, that also must be Brown acted, right?
That's correct.
But that goes beyond what happens simply with our membership. That's what triggers it there. Now, if we have any members that of a ad hoc who are not members of the city council, but are not members of another legislative body, does that trigger it?
It does. It must be a Brown Act body at that point.
Okay, thank you.
What, follow up? Yeah. What about staff and consultants? Quite often ad hocs include staffs and consultants, right?
Not as members of the body. So those are folks who you're meeting with to support your activities.
Okay, so from Stanford's standpoint, you could have a Stanford ad hoc that then would meet with people from Stanford, but Stanford people would not be members of the committee. That would be.
That's correct.
Okay.
Again, you need to also meet the single or limited purpose, be able to be accomplished in a time-limited period of time.
So where I was trying to get to my committees is to get some of these ducks shot down. So we're not talking about all of them at once. So is it possible to agree or discuss if we agree that SCAP, retail, and housing should remain as committees? Can I get consensus on those three? Yeah, George?
I agree. The only thing I would point out is that housing is one area where we all have it as one of our top interests. So that could actually go to the full council or potentially policy and services. But ultimately, I'm fine with any of those options.
Well, I don't agree with that from the standpoint of what Julie started off saying. You just get so much done at the committee. I don't care if it's Brown acted or not, just kind of working it. How about this alternative? How about that alternative? And then coming back with a recommendation with options to council.
Okay, I think that makes sense, and I'm also fine with that. I realize there are pros and cons on staff time, in fact, and just council responsiveness. And I think I was pointing out that that was maybe one of the only places among those committees where we could tweak it a little bit towards staff time, but I don't ultimately have a super strong opinion here.
Yeah, Julie?
Are you, in putting forward housing, retail, SCAP, were those the three that you were posing?
Yes, it doesn't mean I'm done. I'm trying to see if we can agree on those.
That those should be committees still?
Yes.
Yes, I'm in favor of that.
I just wanted to raise a consideration, not necessarily a concern about that, but as we do this, we should also consider where we have the support of commissions and where we don't. I'm not saying that, PTC makes housing not necessary. I think they do different work, but I think that you can imagine instances where we would want to realize there are parks commission, maybe we don't have a parks ad hoc. I mean, things like that we should just keep in mind as we consider these issues.
I'd like to have a better understanding of what you are foreseeing the housing ad hoc needing to do this coming year, now that we have adopted the housing element, adopted our housing sites, and many of the zoning changes. We still have some additional zoning changes and some additional prospective housing sites that would get added. But I wasn't assuming going into this meeting that the housing ad hoc would be continuing. And I assume that it would need to be a Brown acted committee if it did continue. So I wanted to understand that a little more on what, Ed, your thinking is and what staff's perspective is on that.
Yeah, maybe Director Late would like to speak to this as well. But for example, at the last meeting, we started talking about the other rental protection issues that we're going to drive down on. We got to first look at the rental registry stuff that came back that isn't really ready to go to council, but we're alert to it. We're tracking the housing production that I actually do want to get that visible more frequently at council on sort of a dashboard. And I'm forgetting one I was just going to talk about. Oh, last year we got an initial introduction to possible ways of financing for affordable housing, which was a long list that we're trying to narrow down, and there's going to be some more work on it. So that is going to come back to the committee as well.
I'll
So
say that.
Can we get John's input on it?
Yeah, but let me just say that over the last really couple years on the housing, one of the things that I've kind of perceived is we weren't knowing what was going on there from the ad hoc committee. We'd get things back from staff, but we didn't know what's coming from our colleagues, to what degree we are being asked to concur on those things. It was just kind of coming as if that committee was deciding a bunch of things on behalf of the council without looping back on kind of some important policy things. Not that we necessarily would have disagreed, but from a process standpoint, that seemed to be the case, not just last year, but the preceding years as well.
Yeah, I'd like to, if I could, before John weighs in, note that I think this is a really valuable example of, as the council's thinking through the roles of committees and ultimately which committees. But so that said, as we think about housing, in this case, being a Brown Act committee, that will change in some ways the ability to do the kind of brainstorming that was done in this past year, essentially in a very informal exchange between the ad hoc committee members and staff. So here's where, again, the process questions do come in, where we will need to do staff reports and have those prepared for the committee. Now, with moving into more of a production role in housing, including things like next steps on rental registries, our presumption would be the items discussed at the committee are then recommendations to the full council. And so we'll need to factor that in. And to Vicky's point, if the PTC is in that workflow, that may even add an additional step before issues get to the city council. So it could actually slow work down. So just a consideration. Another is, as Pat pointed out, I do think it, and I have multiple examples of it, is a consequence of having the committee discussions as we have, again, perhaps as much Brown Act related as not, that information flow to the full council is not as good. And so correcting that will require staff to be more diligent in ensuring the full council gets information that goes to the council, to the ad hocs. Unfortunately, that does, again, increase the burden of what we prepare, such that the communication is clear for the council as a whole rather than the small groups. So again, I wanted to just point that out as a few examples of how committees aren't always improving your efficiency. John, other things to add on the specifics?
Good afternoon. I don't have much more to add to what has been said. I will acknowledge that the housing ad hoc was incredibly useful to us as we were going through that process, and the fact that I could reach out to the then mayor and vice mayor and coordinate a meeting, quickly proved very helpful in advancing our housing objectives. I do think that as we look at the upcoming work, it is pretty much scripted for us in terms of what we need to do with the housing element implementation. And we do have some pretty specific deadlines in which to achieve our goals. And to Ed's point a moment ago, having another Brown Acted meeting take place could impact that schedule. I do think that there may be within our existing programs, policy and services and planning and transportation, the opportunity to refer some specific issues such as exploring further funding for affordable housing to one of those opportunities. So with that said, I think, again, if you're asking for my opinion on that, which I don't know that you are, but okay, I don't know. I don't feel strongly, I guess, about having the need for a housing ad hoc this year as I may have felt in previous years.
Greer.
Well, that hurts my feelings, Jonathan. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna miss you. It was fun. I'm torn on this. I mean, I think balancing the need of transparency with efficiency, with advancing this massive workload on housing. I mean, I guess it seems like if the housing ad hoc were to turn into a committee, it would have to be Brown acted. I mean, if we're continuing with housing, it has to be Brown acted. So that's not an option anymore. And I think that does change what allowed us to be such an effective ad hoc last year was how nimble we were able to be, staff being able to use us as a sounding board. I think removing the pressure from staff and from the members as well, speaking as one, to kind of know, okay, we can talk about these issues without it, I think without the concern of kind of the politics of it. Really just saying, how do we actually advance these goals? And I think we were able to do that in such an effective way. And at the end of the day, I do understand that maybe the communication was not as great as Pat pointed out, but also, right, we were not authorized to be able to actually make recommendations. And so I understand kind of staff couldn't really come forward and saying, this is the recommendation of the ad hoc, but being able to provide that feedback was helpful. So moving forward, I'm interested to hear what other people think, but if it's no longer going to, it seems like so many of the strengths of that is going to be kind of structurally removed, and I don't know the point of continuing it if we're not going to be able to continue to use it effectively.
Vicky?
Yes, I had something deeply wise and insightful to say, and let me see if I can remember what it was. Yes. No, I think it's that today's task is to figure out what committees we need now, because I think we can add them mid-year if needed. I mean, it can be awkward and we have work plans and things to honor, but we certainly do that with ad hocs. So I don't know that we feel like we need to be cemented. If we're uncertain if we have a need, perhaps we can delay starting up that committee. And sort of in that vein, I'm hesitant to even mention this, but, we've been talking a lot about public safety. We don't have, the utilities department, there's a utilities advisory commission. We have no public safety commission or committee, and I'm not sure we need one, but I'm not sure we need to decide that today. So, and I know if I add to the list, I'll get in trouble. But I just wanted to make, and Molly's looking at me. And Ed and Kai, everybody, all of them. But I do think that we should be thinking, what do we really need now that we should put in place, and perhaps put a pin in some others.
Pat?
Just a couple other things to throw in. One is the issue of staff reports. I think that we can be focusing on more focused, perfunctory staff reports that are just about, here's what happened here. We so often our staff reports will have, a long report that actually at 2 or 3 different locations in the report largely repeats the same context and background. And I appreciate the staff when there's a whole action to be done by the council. They want to make sure that people aren't saying, oh, you left this out or whatever. But in terms of reporting out from an ad hoc, I think that can be done more succinctly. The other thing that other agencies do that can...
Is this still on the committees?
Yeah, I'm talking about those reporting out from the committees.
And Ed had talked about a concern with the staff reporting to the council of the work of the committees. And I'm saying I think that can be done in a more succinct way. Second, I do think that the idea of semi-monthly on some of these committees would work. Rail and retail are the ones that come to my mind for that. And then lastly, other agencies will do just check-ins with board members and take a grouping of the board members and briefings for any of the board members who want to be briefed or even offer some considerations to staff on their concerns. And so that instead of an ad hoc, depending on the circumstance, that might be an appropriate tool to do occasionally. And stay in touch with the council in an informal way without having to have the formality of the meeting. And it would really be truly on an ad hoc basis.
Keith?
Yeah, I have a question for Ed and Ed. For planning process for a couple of projects, one being the San Antonio planning, and the other would be hopefully soon, the Ventura Fry's affordable housing. Would that be through PTC? Would that be through an ad hoc, or how would we make that plan?
Well, let John speak to the San Antonio plan. As it relates to Fry's and our affordable housing site it has been designated on that property. We would envision exactly what you've been doing with Lot T, which is we've done an RFP, gone to council. It's a real estate negotiation. The entire council we know has been interested. So there has been no need for a committee to be involved in that development. And at this point, would not envision the need for that. In terms of San Antonio?
Oh, so any Lot T work, is that going to go straight to the full council?
It has, and
continue.
I believe it could continue to, yes.
But as they come through and they iterate, all those iterations will go up to the full council then?
Unless the council wanted to delegate your feedback, let's say, on the massing design issues to a committee. I suppose that could be a example of a delegation, which depends on the committee's ability to then carry forward those perspectives for the full council.
And the Planning and Transportation Commission would also be involved in Lot T as that made its way through an application process. For San Antonio, there's a number of committees that were going to be engaging technical experts, stakeholders here, and also in representative interest in Mountain View, since it's on the border there. We would anticipate going to the Planning Commission, Planning and Transportation Commission, as the sort of key public engagement forum for public input, but we also have strategic check-ins with the City Council that to make sure that we're heading in the right direction and to get feedback as needed.
Yeah, that latter might be an example of something that if there were a housing committee that we might see first, or even see with that the ad hoc would see first, or even see at the Planning Commission meeting by listening to that. So, okay, so what I'm hearing is that, where I think we just went with the suggestions or the non-suggestions, is that, let's come back to it. Do we believe we need a retail committee and an SCAP? So we need those two for sure, right? Okay. And then we didn't mention rail before, because I thought that might be something of debate, but let's talk about that now. Is that a standing committee? Is that rolled somewhere else or wherever?
Well, if you're looking for a perspective, let's see, and certainly invite our staff to weigh in if I misspeak at all. Given the stage we are at, specifically related to the grade separations, I think it's fair to say that the pace or frequency of meetings can decrease. That said, the Rail Committee has, in the last year, met or heard issues like the bicycle transportation plan and quiet zones and the like. So once again, it's a question of the role of the committee versus the information and decision-making of the council as a whole. I suspect, well, bottom line is, I think the rail committee can meet less frequently if there is a rail committee.
Okay, Pat?
Yeah, I agree on the frequency. I would add that over the last really 2 years, one of the most important functions has been kind of trying to negotiate the relationship with Caltrain and using really the political voice of the council members to really push Caltrain to collaborate with us and be more responsive than would otherwise be the case. As well as that is a committee that has quite a lot of public engagement on different issues. And so I think it's an important role when we have the question of whether it's a ad hoc or a standing committee. It is something that, you know, these projects aren't going to go away in the next few years. So whether we title it an ad hoc that is Brown acted and it just is continuing for right now, or as a standing committee, is kind of a distinction without a big difference. So I think semi-monthly, I don't think I'd want to go to quarterly, but I think semi-monthly would work fine.
I know, but I
Bi-monthly can mean either thing, twice a month, or if I got it right, yeah, semi-monthly clearly means every other month.
If that's
No?
what you, yeah.
The other way around?
Six times a year.
Every
is what we're
2
talking about.
months.
6 times. a
Let's
year.
just say every other month. How about that? That perhaps reflects the case. I would note that the frequency of meeting, again, in this case, really should reflect, and ultimately we will need to come back to what is the charge to the committee, how broadly it's stated, because that will, in many cases, define the content of the agenda.
Are you talking specifically about rail now?
Yes. So again, as I mentioned, at its core, it started as grade separations. It has more recently included quiet zones.
Got it.
And bike BPTP, the Bicycle Pedestrian Transportation Plan. The latter arguably, again, has other dimensions to it that may not belong with rail.
Yeah, the former I think is relevant, but I'm not sure about the latter. Yeah. So are you saying that for today, we're okay having it as a committee, but you're going to decide if it's ad hoc or not?
Well,
we're going to stay with the
again,
Brown
ad
Act?
hoc versus, well, as long as we agree that it's Brown Act, I think the other distinctions are not
Okay, so
critical.
So for today, it's less frequent Brown acted committee.
The stake I'm trying to plant in the ground, though, is we need to talk about scope of committees.
Correct. Okay. All right, so that got done with the easy ones. Now, let's come back to Cubberley, which, you know, clearly is a different mission than it was last year. And given the timelines, it's probably a 1-year time frame. So with those guidelines, open it up, Julie.
Yeah, I think it's imperative that we have a Cubberley ad hoc for the next phase here. We're on a very tight time frame to develop plans. The community will be meeting with consultants. We've got to get a ballot measure, you know, put together and vetted and all of that. It sort of feels to me like the equivalent of the housing ad hoc that had to really work in order to inform what was going to be in the housing element. So I just think it's efficient. It's a way to get council direction on policy without having to make it onto the full council agenda for every single one of those conversations. I don't envision it has to be monthly. I think if, you know, it's just 2 or 3 of us, I think it should be, you know, on an as-needed basis. This ad hoc meets in response to the questions that are bubbling forth from the consultant process with the community.
Others? So if that's an instant consensus, then we have a different mission defined for the narrow scope, and assuming it's a 1-year max, which I think by definition, we would leave that as an ad hoc. Brown acted, I guess, or not.
That, in fact, wanted to clarify that point. I think from our perspective, we would recommend it be Brown Act, largely for the transparency, for lack of a better term, for awareness. I would like to note, Julie, that you use the term to provide direction, which has not typically been the domain of a committee unless specifically delegated from the council. So once again, it leads back to the discussion of scope of a committee and needing to identify how that might work in this particular circumstance.
Pat?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. On the rail committee, in the past, we had a set of guiding principles and said that committee has authority to even make recommendations to other bodies and stuff within these boundaries. And I think that's the next step that the council needs to look at once we've settled on what the committees are. Are there certain of these committees that we want to provide any guiding principles that gives them a certain authority level? Outside that authority level, they have to come back to the council. And we can't do that today, but I think that would be a valuable step.
So I think we have closure on that committee. And the only other one we've raised so far is Stanford, and that one's tricky because it's a party called Stanford.
Does that mean someone has to recuse themselves to even have the conversation? Or would that's not what you were alluding to?
No, I mean, they like it the way it is, so we can have conversations, so.
No,
Go ahead,
we're
Kyle.
talking about conflicts of interest.
No, I wasn't talking about conflicts of interest.
But Councilmember Lithcott-Hames rightly is. So we do have a council member and city manager who have recusal on Stanford items. I think this procedural conversation can occur with everyone present.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I'll proceed
Yeah,
with
yeah.
my thoughts, if I may.
Yep.
This is obviously a very different kettle of fish. Stanford is the largest property owner in the county. And we have grown up alongside this university. We were infants together, and now we're, in our middle age together as a university and a city. And so this is inherently about a relationship in furtherance of the various things we want to build together, objectives we want to set together, things we want to achieve together. It is by definition not time limited. It is for time immemorial. And it is not limited to a particular issue. The ad hoc looked at a number of issues with Stanford recently, one of which got very concrete, which was the Quarry Road extension passed by the voters, a real win-win. It's a tiny example of what the city and Stanford might aim to do. There's the intermodal center and what could happen there, uniting transit and bike ped and housing and the gateway of the city and the university. There's so much that could happen. It is not going away, and we don't want it to go away. I think of it really as a diplomacy function. I think just as with Cubberley, where as an analogy, there was a sense that the council that was present and the school board happened to contain the right set of folks who might be able to do a real estate deal that was not possible before. There was also the sense when the Stanford Ad Hoc was created that the council and the leadership at Stanford might just be the set of people who could focus on forward thinking in the face of the fact that there had been relationship damage in the past. And I know that it's been beneficial to the city, and I know from listening to the people on the Stanford side of it that they have valued it as well. So it sounds like it shouldn't be an ad hoc because it isn't time limited and topic limited, but I also think it says the mayor's responsibility as the liaison with Stanford. To me, vesting one person with the responsibility for that relationship is too much of a burden. I would posit that maybe it's possible that there be 3 liaisons, that a group be, if we can't call it an ad hoc, and we know that 3 of us working with a set of them was of tremendous value, what can we, how do we shoehorn this into the right definitional space so that this diplomatic work that benefits the city in the short term, long term can continue?
Keith?
Yeah, I mean, we can have an ad hoc. It's just that it would just have to be council members being members of the ad hoc, and then they can bring in experts from Stanford and discuss with them.
Except it's not limited in time. It will be an ad hoc that we will want to have continue next year and 5 years from now, potentially, depending on the state of the relationship and the potential projects planned.
But the mission could change.
Yeah, I think we have a very specific mission.
Like the mission this year for Coverly is completely different than last year for Coverly. So it's probably harder to do with Stanford, and it would have to be very limited in the conversations in a given year, I guess, that it was alive.
Well, there has been a to-do list that's been generated or a set of agenda items, and it's like, what should we be looking at in the next 3 months? You know, what do we want to be looking at beyond that? And those topics could certainly become the description of what the ad hoc committee is focusing on in a year.
But my understanding is we would have to have a very narrow mission, not 4 different subject matters that we talk about in 1 year. It could be Quarry Road could have been the narrow mission that would be more kosher here.
I think
Molly, did you have a comment?
You got there. That is the answer. If you have a single project, you can have an ad hoc committee. If your set of concerns is issues that are coming up between the city and Stanford, that is by definition continuing jurisdiction over a subject matter, and that requires Brown Act.
Which, like the El Camino Real bike lane problem, we set up a committee for 3 months and then it dissolved. So if something came up during the year from Stanford, we could set up a committee to deal with that issue and then dissolve it. That's another way around this conundrum.
Yes.
I think having a non-Brown Act, it would be much, much more productive with Stanford. I don't think we want a Brown Act committee with Stanford. I think we really want it to be non-Brown Act.
So the way to get there is a single liaison. 3 liaisons working together is a committee.
Oh, she got you there. Pat?
Well, first, I don't think it has to be a single project. It has to be a narrowly defined scope. Is that correct?
The language is single or limited purpose that can be
Purpose.
accomplished within a defined time period, typically less than 1
Okay,
year.
so that I think is broader than a single project and less broad than we might like it to be. But it's a single purpose. And then you touched on a question I was going to ask, which is it liaison limited to a single person?
More than one person is a committee.
Is it?
And I would like to add, in terms of a single or limited purpose, the definition that we have from that in the authorities that we look at is really a single project. So a negotiating with another governmental body about a land use planning item, looking at traffic issues in a particular location and producing a single report. Those are the examples that we have in the authorities that we can rely on.
Historically, we've had significantly broader than that. And I understand that maybe that was too broad, but that's even more narrow than I understood. So I had thought that, we might have in a given year that we want to have an ad hoc, say with Stanford, that would be focused on housing development off campus in Stanford-owned housing within Palo Alto jurisdiction, for example.
So depending on how that's defined, that could be something we could think about. The details do matter in terms of what the committee might do. And that's the challenge with having this chicken or the egg conversation that we're working on. But if you were tasked to look at particularly Stanford-owned housing and produce some kind of outcome that would be, an oral report or a report or some kind of outcome within some months period, less than a year, that certainly does sound like that could fit into that ad hoc.
And could
not
we
brown.
also have liaisons? If we, the relationship with Stanford touches so many different areas. Could we potentially have liaisons that are subject-based, that are single liaisons that are subject-based? So say we didn't have that housing committee, we might have a council member who would be a liaison with Stanford on housing. Maybe we'd have another one that would be on transportation and the relationship with them on transportation issues, or the Stanford Research Park and issues there.
Potentially, yes. I think your city manager wants to weigh in. And one note on the legal issue would be that those would work really as single, perhaps with, staff is fine, and then coming back and reporting to the council.
Okay, well, what I'm hearing is that really we're going to be constrained from what we would like to do. So we're left with what's the best we can make out of this.
Yeah, Vicky?
Yeah, I think a lot of what I was going to say kind of got worked out just there, but I think whether it's Stanford or a school district or some other entity outside of our bounds with whom we want a relationship, that if we have a liaison and then they report to council, and then they can flag when there might be an ad hoc of limited scope and time, and come back and report that, and then it can be established. So it might be a bridging function to get the right ad hoc at the right time.
Where does that leave us?
I think you're the liaison.
I did not write this staff report with that suggestion.
Yeah, I think it would be either the mayor or mayor designating a liaison.
Okay. Okay.
But where it also left us is that we may choose to constitute an ad hoc with Stanford on a specific focus. And we might seek to have the mayor appoint liaisons
Yeah.
on certain respective areas. So 3 components to that,
Yeah.
potentially.
Okay, the next question is simply, are there any other committees that we should address that need to be formed? Don't put your light on, Vicky. Don't put your light on. I'm just trying to be thorough here, that need to be formed, something else
No,
that can be.
but I would like to just note one that's outside of our jurisdiction, but very much affects us as part of, which is the VTA ad hoc committee on the University Avenue multimodal station. So that's a VTA-led ad hoc that is bringing together and being Brown acted, but bringing together 6 different agencies who all have skin in the game on that station area. And so I just want to make sure that's on our radar as something that, and I see Ed would like to.
I might even suggest, you've got me thinking kind of procedurally here, and with that example, we've quite frankly assumed, and for obvious reasons, that Pat is your liaison to that committee, and that perhaps should be formalized as a designation by the council that you are representing the city on that VTA ad hoc. Now, Pat, you earlier raised the question of, well, it was even just staff briefing, regional body representatives or liaisons on topics of note. This sort of takes it to the next level in terms of staff supporting the work of that interagency committee. Now, it's a specific situation, but I do think procedurally we should think through exactly what that means in terms of the city of Palo Alto, city council's decision and being intentional about allocating resources to support that effort.
Good point.
Okay, so I think that concludes the committee discussion.
Well, do we need to take action?
Having a vote on that would be, I think, appropriate.
I was going to also ask, since we're on that, is we might have some referrals that we want to officially vote on that we've chatted about here, as well as the one the other night about the homelessness study, but that might have just been taken under your arms anyway.
Well, let's see. So your call as to how you want to handle the discussion of referrals. Our plan is to bring back again on the 24th of February, initial cut at the objectives. I think we also are anticipating that that will be a first cut at committee work plans, and presumably based on what you just decide or are deciding on these other committees. Are we calling them ad hocs? Whatever, these other committees, that we would perhaps give a first cut recommendation on scope there as well, and for your discussion consideration.
Great. Okay, so someone want to formulate the motion of these 4 committees: rail, SCAP, retail, standing committees, and Cubberley ad hoc. That's what we discussed. So
We didn't call those others standing.
they're non-ad hocs. So
No, they would be ad hocs, but Brown acted.
It, I think, is a question of convention, but yes, that is correct. Molly?
Right, so my notes say, and this is consistent with a good interpretation of state law, rail, retail, climate, and Cupperly all following the Brown Act. So it's a question for council, how you want to use that term ad hoc, if what you mean by, if you want to use it to signal an intention to treat the body as temporary, either likely to conclude at the end of 1 year or something that where you do want to revisit it, you could use the term for that purpose.
yeah, sorry, I was presuming that you wanted SCAP and retail and rail not to use the words ad hoc, because for one reason, rail's already been going on for 3 years. SCAP is in its 2nd year. It's probably not over next year. So I don't care about the nomenclature, just as long as we know.
So legal wise, what's required is that they follow Brown Act procedures, which I'm understanding that the council understands that and intends to do that. So it doesn't matter from my perspective whether you use a term or not.
So I think the motion then is that we've created those 4 committees now as Brown Act committees. That's the substance of the motion.
One, if I might ask your patience for a second here, I think the question of standing may relate to how they're described in your procedures and protocol handbook and the municipal code. So.
Oh, that.
So do we need to come back with an ordinance, or do we need to come back revising your procedures and protocols handbook? Maybe we can dispense with that question.
My suggestion is we don't try to work through that today, but staff will go back and we may need probably we need some procedures and protocols amendments. If we need a municipal code amendment, we'll bring it on consent.
So the motion got even more simple. We're creating 4 committees. And those are the 4.
Right.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Any comments? City Clerk, please.
Sorry, I think we're assuming SCAP will get retitled to something else to conform to your climate action priority as currently stated, but perhaps we can do some follow-up on that.
Just one comment before we, and George, you went. Is the timing on getting going with these. So now we're talking about having a council meeting to kind of give greater framework. I raised the concern in early December because we didn't have December meetings, January. I was concerned that we wouldn't meet until late February. Now it looks like we won't have any of these meet until March.
No, not in terms of the makeup of the committees. The motion from P&S that we passed said we would wait to do his committee assignments till after this meeting. So I think the assignments can go ahead.
Okay, well, so who's on the committee is one step, but if they aren't meeting, that didn't really advance the purpose. My concern at the time was that we need to do the assignment so that we would not have a 3 or 4 month pause in them meeting if they really needed to continue to be meeting. And so
Now I'm concerned that it's going to be March at the earliest before any of these would meet. And that would be over a 4-month break.
I think that's certainly at the discretion of the council. If it's in your, well, in your mind's eye that you'd like to get these committees rolling as soon as you've got members identified, then we'll go ahead and schedule. And at least that will get the ball rolling. We may need your indulgence on that first agenda as to how agendas, as to how those are structured.
That sounds good to me.
Vicky?
Yes, I actually would prefer it said climate and sustainability, the first one, because we've already run into issues this past year about is it within or without the plan? So even though this is rough, I just want to make sure we don't get run afoul of that. And then do we want to say every other month for rail? I know that's detailed, or will you, I mean, just because we had such a long discussion about it, we may want to memorialize that. And then a quick question, you can tell me more later and offline, but to do what I talked about potentially suggesting another committee, which I know I'm not allowed to do today, Mr. Mayor. What would be the best process for that?
Well, I quite frankly default to the colleagues memo as a suggestion. That said, when the item comes on the 24th, I suppose it may be broad enough for you to be discussing that. And city attorney's nodding.
Nodding there. Okay, so between then and now, I can have discussions to see whether or not I might want to raise a motion amending or something at that point. Okay, thank you.
And I would offer an amendment to the motion that the rail and the retail committees meet semi-monthly without addressing the other committees on what their frequency would be.
Would we understand that that's the regular cadence, but if something came up, the chair would call a meeting?
Right.
Because we wouldn't want to restrict it to
regularly anticipated to meet every other month.
Yeah, that's better, I think. Did you get that, Maya? It's not showing on screen, so we just want to make sure if you got it. And retail as well.
And I'm good with that.
All right, after all that work, you can also take the vote.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Liu,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, so I think that got through the organizational piece as well. Just a footnote that we don't have to discuss tonight. Feeling like it's already
Freudian
tonight.
slip.
It's almost tonight. We just got through last night at our last meeting. I am taking sort of a close look and doing a little bit of probing of these I'll say assignments to liaison
Liaisons.
groups, like Friends of Children's Zoo and things like that, just to make sure that there's a functional role there, or if there's not, perhaps some of these organizations just want, which name should I call, as opposed to the council member expecting that they have to go to meetings, because I'm finding out with some research amongst some of you so far that there haven't been any meetings. And so it kind of looks like you're busy with that, but maybe you're not. So the mayor can load you up somewhere else and give you something else to do. And so but we want it to work for the organization. So we want input from them to see what they want in that regard. And it's okay. It can vary by organization. So there's a little probing there. So that might be a second phase of assignments. All right. Anything else that we haven't covered that we need to do tonight, city manager?
I would just note that you have an item that says next steps. So if for no other reason than formality, I'll say that Lupita, who has been our point person on this entire day and process, is you see working furiously and now working furiously getting ready ready for the February 24th council item. So that is our next step. And until then, appreciate all your work today.
Great. Well, I just want to give full thanks, but this time starting from the organizers and of the area and the lunches and all that, the tireless staff in the city clerk's office. So thank you very much for that. And for staff council partnership and getting this thing ready to go and pulling it off today. And again, the senior staff, and as we said at the beginning, we'll end with that end of the public for all the input they gave us before and after the meeting. So we stand adjourned. Enjoy this long Saturday.
I just want to let the record reflect